You're watching BCTV. We're all about Branford. You're watching BCTV, Branford Government Television, a service of Branford Community Television. This program is brought to you in part through the support of the town of Branford.
Good evening. My name is Peter Basserman, and I chair the Branford Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Commission. It is 7 o'clock on March 28th, 2024, and we are in a regular meeting of the Inland Wetland Commission. We are holding this meeting in accordance with Public Act 22-3, and we would I'd like everybody to make sure that for BCTV, especially when you're speaking, that we can see your lips move, your face in the camera. Adjust the camera as needed for that purpose. The agenda that we have this evening is 3/26/2024. That superseded the previous agenda, and that is posted on the town's website. I'm going to do a roll call now. Commissioner Goklowski, indicate whether you're present or not.
Commissioner Goklowski, present.
Commissioner Begeman.
Commissioner Begeman, present.
Commissioner Boda.
Commissioner Boda, present.
Commissioner Amrod.
Commissioner Amrod, present.
Commissioner Papatonis.
Commissioner Papantonis, present.
And I think that's everybody. Given the commissioners that are present, all are seated and can participate in this evening's discussion. Let's see. We have first up minutes of our last meeting, which was March 14th, 2024. Again, they are on the town's website and in the Dropbox for the commissioners. Anybody want to make a motion to approve those minutes?
Motion to approve the minutes of the March 14th meeting. Commissioner Papantonis.
Commissioner Goklowski, second the motion.
Any discussion on those minutes? Anybody need to recuse themselves or excuse themselves for the minutes vote?
This Commissioner Begeman, I abstain.
Okay. I'm looking for consensus on those minutes. All in favor, aye.
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 Okay. Next up, we have a public hearing. Inland Wetland 240102, 38 Howard Avenue. Pervious patio and landscaping, retaining walls and shed. I made some comments at the last meeting where this item was discussed. That was on February 22nd. And those are a matter of the record. I talked about the role that the commission plays and the process that we go through. I'm not going to repeat those comments. As I said, they're a matter of record. But there are two areas that I want to emphasize for this evening's discussion. This is an inland wetland and watercourses proceeding. Our authority is limited to those areas of wetlands and watercourses and impacts that external events may have on those critical resources. We will not consider comments that don't deal with either the wetland or the watercourse impact. And given the fact that that's our both Connecticut statutory authority as well as our regulations, we are limited by both those items. And also personal attacks will not be tolerated. It may be necessary to repeat comment, it's not necessary, excuse me, to repeat comments that have previously been given. There's no greater weight given as the commission considers the item as to whether one person made that comment or three people made that comment. And to help move the meeting along, please note what has been already put on the record. So with that, I would like to open the public hearing that we considered on 2/22. Jamie, is there any updated information that we need to talk about at this time?
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. I just want to bring a couple of points to the commission's attention. One is, I believe we have one commissioner present that was not present at the last section of the public hearing. So if they can just identify whether or not they've reviewed the materials and the recording of that last public hearing and whether or not they are able to proceed with reviewing the application, that would be great.
This is Commissioner Begamon, and I've reviewed the closed caption TV recording and the materials and the minutes, and I feel prepared to participate.
Thank you. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is that due to statutory timeframes, the commission does have to either close the public hearing today or receive an extension of the timeframe from the applicant if you feel that that is needed. There have been additional materials received. Some of them were before the 5 business day requirement as outlined in section 8.6, and some of them came in 4 business days prior to tonight's meeting. And I know that the applicant had mentioned concern about that. Again, though, if we end up against the time clock, statutory requirements would supersede the section 8.6 regulation. But unless the commission has any questions, I think we can hand it over to the applicant to go over new materials that have been received, the interveners, and the commission can ask any questions, and then open it up for public comment, much like we did the last time.
This is Commissioner Bassman. Just one question for the commission. Does any commissioner feel that they need to recuse themselves from the discussion regarding 38 Howard Avenue? Okay, let's turn it over to the applicant and see what's on the table for this evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Do you hear me?
I can hear you.
I have no idea why my video is not working. If it continues to not work, I will fire up a different computer. But let me say that this is Attorney Marjorie Shansky for the record, and I'm representing Kim McCabe and Charles Watts, and they are here with us this evening, as is Jim Preddy from Criscolo Engineering, Matt Davison, soil scientist and wetland biologist from Davison Environmental, George Logan, soil scientist and wetland biologist from REMA, attorney Kevin Walsh, attorney Sarah Diodabo, Roy Dunn, the contractor, and Charles Brown, a structural engineer. At the last meeting, I recapped with the commission the layered evidence that has been presented to you regarding the absence of any wetland impact associated with the activity in the upland review area. And I'm happy to recap that with the commission again later this evening, as well as discuss it in the context of your evaluation criteria on an application. Since last we met, additional photographs have come into the record that demonstrate certain elements about which we had spoken at the last meeting, and that demonstrate the construction technique of the wall. But at this point, I'd like to defer to Attorney Kevin Walsh for his discussion with the experts about the wall.
Good evening. This is Kevin Walsh. And again, first of all, thank you to the commission for all of your efforts in terms of what you do month in, month out. We greatly appreciate it. Hopefully that the information we have to offer tonight offers some final resolution for your consideration. So to kind of launch into this, at the last meeting that we had before the Inland Wetlands Commission, there were questions raised concerning the construction of the wall, and there were issues raised whether or not it was built properly, whether it poses any particular risk to the wetland. There were some comments that it could slide into the wetland, that it was a modular product wall, modular prefabricated material wall that is common for retaining walls these days, and whether it was built with pins, whether it was with concrete, et cetera. So I had accepted the task of then doing our due diligence in this particular element by identifying, first of all, a highly competent and qualified structural engineer. So I had asked Marjorie Shansky to add into the record, first of all, for everyone's edification, the curriculum vitae of our structural engineer, which the engineer, I believe, is on the line. I'm just going to review, if I may, and ask him some questions and kind of go through this with you. I also made an effort to contact Roy Dunn, who built the wall, and actually arranged for a meeting between Mr. Dunn and the structural engineer on site as part of the on-site inspection. The commission also has, as Marjorie has indicated before you, a series of photographs identifying the construction photos that were taken by Mr. Dunn, identifying the manner in which he constructed the wall. And we're hoping by the end of this presentation that we've been able to convince the commission that both in terms of the data provided, the photographs, the information from Mr. Dunn, and in particular, the independent evaluation done by the structural engineer, that we've kind of carried the ball for you on that. And if I guess I would like just start right away with an introduction to the professional engineer, Charles Brown. Charles, you there?
Can you hear me now?
Here we go. You're on.
Okay. Yeah. My name is Charles Brown. I'm a professional engineer. I'm the senior principal of the engineering firm GNCB Consulting Engineers. We've been in Connecticut for 45 years. I have over 40 years of experience in structural engineering. I have a PE registration in, pretty much all the New England states and some other states as well. My background is I went to Cornell University. I received a bachelor's of engineering there and also a master's of engineering as well. My charge from Mr. Walsh was to do a structural evaluation of the wall. And so to do that, I told him, I said, I'm going to have some following things. Number one, I'm going to have some idea how the wall was constructed, either through construction photos. I'd also like to talk to the builder as well, which we did, and also see the wall's finished condition in the field, which I performed last week. So that's kind of the situation where I've been brought in. This is a segmented retaining wall. As people have mentioned, it's made up of modular blocks. They're not grouted together. They're basically pinned together. Once you get the wall to a certain height, you incorporate the soil backfill behind the wall by putting a geotextile fabric in there. And that basically engages the weight of the wall, the soil behind it, to help restrain the lateral pressure on the wall. Very common these days. The technology has been in place for decades at this point in a lot of different applications. Some walls much higher than this as well. Anyway, so that's kind of the background.
So Mr. Brown, if I can ask you some questions first of all.
Sure.
Matt? All right. So first of all, we provided you a series of photographs that we've also turned over to the Inland Wetlands Commission, detailing some kind of fundamental issues, first of all, with respect to the starting off of the wall. And did you have a chance to look at those photographs in terms of how the wall was started off?
Yes, I did. The typical wall construction is on a soil grade. This particular one is built on a varying elevation ledge rock. In those particular, okay.
Yep. And so, I'm sorry, Charlie. What is the significance of having ledge rock as a subsurface for the support of the wall?
Well, in terms of supporting the wall, it's from a vertical standpoint, it's as good as you can get, because ledge rock is unyielding. The difficulty or the change in the construction technique is these walls all have to start out, since they're made up of modular blocks. It's very similar to laying block walls. they need to have a level base to them. So in order to provide a level base, the general practice is to pour a concrete pad on top of the ledge rock, which is very uneven and sloping, and then have the top surface of that be level so that the block course can be laid on that. And also, if the ledge rock is sloped or has any kind of cross pitch to it, generally you would pin it with some reinforcing bars that you would drill and grout into the ledge rock that get bonded into the concrete pad. And so and then the pad generally can be stepped. So if the rock ledge is moving downward, you can step it down basically by the length or the height of one of the courses of the block, so that you can continue to maintain the vertical or the horizontal grout or lines of the block work.
So Mr. Brown, if I can so then what did you notice, first of all, that in terms of the initial preparation for this particular wall that the builder, Roy Dunn, did that you were looking for?
Okay, so the photographs showed clear evidence that the initial preparation was to clean off or get down right to the rock surface underneath the wall, and then to install rebar, vertical, steel reinforcing rods that were grouted into the rock and then cast into these steps of concrete that the wall eventually was built on top of.
So if I can stop right there, Mr. Brown. So when you say that they were put into the stone, how was the rebar added to the ledge?
So basically, they're drilled in and then epoxied into the stone so that they not pull out. Their primary purpose is to keep the wall from sliding. So in some cases, you can actually put the bars just in a tight-fitting hole and jam them in. But in this particular instance, they were epoxied in.
And then once that's done, what did you notice next about the construction method that were used?
Well, once you get a level surface of which to build the wall on, then basically you just stack the blocks up. They are the top and bottom surface is interlocked with the lower and upper and lower sections. They're loose laid, so there's no grout or any other materials involved, but there are keyways between each block that lock each individual block to the adjacent one. They're also installed in what we call running bond, which means they overlap horizontally. Basically, that's the construction methodology for the wall. At some point, though, as the wall starts to get high enough, you install geotextile fabric, which goes in and locks into the wall, and then goes back some distance, depending on the design, 3, 4, 5, even up, could be even longer, back into the subfill. I'm sorry, the subgrade.
So I'm sorry, Ms. Brown, let me just kind of walk you back.
Okay, I'm going too fast, sorry.
Yeah, you are. That's okay. I'm sure everybody here would appreciate brevity, but I just need to take one step back. So we had talked about the rebar that's added into the stone. It's epoxied into the stone, and then the first course doesn't start then. What did you notice of this particular wall that then is built by way of forms and to hold for concrete on top of the ledge? So it's not block on top of the ledge. First, there will be a concrete.
There's a layer of concrete, what we call a leveling layer or whatever. It's usually probably 6 inches or 8 inches high, and basically its only purpose is to get a level surface for that first course of block that's going to go on top of it.
So that leveling surface of concrete that you're talking about from the photographs you had seen, where it was necessary, that starts off on top of the ledge because the ledge has an uneven surface.
That's correct, yes.
All right, and then once those forms are pulled away and the concrete is then finished, then what next do you notice about the building of this particular wall?
Okay, in this particular instance, the contractor then started to put the first courses of block on, and it steps down the slope. So he probably, might have, the higher edge of it would have one course, and then the lower edge might have two courses. The step in the concrete is always made to be one course of block, so that the block course is out. The contractor also poured some additional concrete behind the wall with reinforcing in it to bolster up the stability of the wall at that point.
So if I can stop you again, so in addition to the rebar that was used, which is vertical into the concrete, it's into the stone, epoxy in the stone. It goes through the concrete to hold the concrete in the wall in place on the ledge, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then, but you also mentioned there was some additional rebar that you noticed that the builder also used.
So yes, behind the wall, the first couple courses of the wall, he poured a strip of concrete, not formed, but basically just laid up and poured up against the wall to give it some additional stability at that point, and put some reinforcing bars in it that are longitudinal that run along the back of the wall. So that just adds additional stability.
And by the way, that particular step of adding additional rebar horizontally behind the wall. So there's not just vertical, but also horizontal. Can you, by way of bootstrap and suspenders, is that more than the gold standard in terms of adding rebar support in that fashion?
Yeah, generally that's not done. It's an additional cost and procedure to do. But I think in this case, it makes sense to do it. So. So he added vertical and horizontal rebar, and then as the wall goes up in courses, you mentioned that there's a geofabric that's used. So if I can just explain, and you can then discuss the application. As I see the geofabric in the photograph, it's basically a grid fabric. It's probably made of a polymer or a plastic or something. Yes.
And the purpose of that fabric is it goes into the sections of the wall, but then also it goes into the elevation, the surface that the wall is at for some length. Is that right?
Well, it starts out being laid on a level course of the block and on its interlocks, and then it goes back and engages the soil behind it. So the pressure on the wall is the soil right directly behind the wall. But if you engage the vertical weight of the wall, if the soil is trying to push the wall over, it's got to yank that geotextile fabric through the soil, and therefore it gets additional stability for that reason.
So the geotextile fabric you're talking about serves kind of as an anchor as the wall is going up.
Yes, yeah, that would be a good analogy.
It's being sandwiched by the weight of the soil. It sits between the layer of the wall that he's building.
Mm-hmm.
So it has the added purpose of the stability of, again, keeping any kind of movement, lateral movement against the wall, because the weight of the soil and the geofabric is going to hold the wall in place.
And that is the keystone of the system, because these blocks are, actually the wall itself is fairly thin, 8 to 12 inches thick, and with no vertical reinforcing. So it would not work unless you had some way of anchoring it back into the soil behind it once you get to a certain height. Usually,
this particular use of the block in this fashion, is this consistent with industry standards in terms of using this block in this fashion for this purpose in this application?
Yes, I mean that's as I said, standardly, once you start to get above 3 feet or so, you need to start introducing geotextile fabric to engage the earth behind it to offer the lateral support.
All right, and by the way, just to back up, in using this block system, I mean, isn't indeed this block system is designed for this purpose of being used as a retaining wall?
Yeah, that's the purpose of it. Yes.
And the wall itself, putting aside for the moment how it was built, in terms of the product itself, it's industry standard.
Yes.
Okay. Now then, in addition to looking at the photographs as you've described with respect to how the wall was being built as it went along, you also saw various other areas of the wall too, the sides, the back of the wall, right?
Well, in the photographs, yes. Yeah.
Okay. And in addition to which, did you then also meet with the builder who built the wall?
Yes. I met with him on the day that I went out to review the finished condition of the wall.
All right. And you received information from the builder of the wall that shared what added dimension of information did that provide you?
Well, it just confirmed what I saw in the photographs about how the various elements were put together. So I as I mentioned, or as I would always take the photographs as a hard piece of evidence. No one's going to doctor a photograph of this type.
And you found that the information that the builder was providing with respect to how he built the wall was consistent with the photograph.
Yes.
So you had continuity of information in that respect. Yes.
Yes.
And then also, did you go out and actually look at the wall?
Yes, I did.
Attorney Walsh, this is Commissioner Boda. So I know that we have access to the photos in the Dropbox, but since you're currently referring to them, perhaps Attorney Walsh or Jamie or Mr. Brown, you might pull up those photos so we can all see what you're referring to.
Sure. Actually, so I believe that there was 2 sets of photographs, and if I could ask Jamie to locate those, I'm not nearly as facile with this than I'm sure Jamie might be. But there were actually 2. So there was an early set of photographs that we had submitted, and then there was some additional photographs that we got from the builder of the wall as well. Jamie, I'm sorry to put this on you, and I apologize so much, but would that be something you can pull up?
Yeah, I think I have them pulled up, but I'm not sure which one you want.
So there was an earlier set, and then there was a second set. I believe there were 2 sets of photographs that were submitted. And they may have been all part of one, or
If
Marty.
you'd
I pull it
like,
up, and if
if
we're
you
looking
want
at
me
the
to
wrong
share
one, let
them,
me
I
know.
have them up on my computer now, so.
Is that Charles? Is that Mr.
Yes.
Brown?
Okay. You want to screen share them since you know which photos you're
Yes, I
talking about?
could, certainly. So I just hit
Yes.
screen share
Let me
here.
make sure I give you permission.
Thank you.
All right, you should be good.
Okay, is there a photo up on the screen here?
No,
You weren't able to see that photo?
Not yet. No, you got it. Did you hit the screen share clicker? Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Let's see here. I want screen 2. Okay. Okay. Is that up now?
Yep. We have your index right now.
Okay, let me move the photo over to this side. Okay, there we go. How about now?
Yep.
Okay,
So,
so
but
this,
I think you started it kind of in the middle there, but wherever you want to start, you're beginning, work your way through it.
okay, so what I believe you can see now is this is the corner detail that shows rebar that's being placed there after they cleaned off the ledge. They put down a kind of a bonding agent, which is an additional safeguard here, which is that kind of whitish material. And
So if
then
I
you
can stop
see,
you 1 second, the bonding agent would go on top of the ledge. So I see rebar that's vertical as well as horizontal, and there's
Right.
also a bonding agent, which is the white part you're referring to, the
right,
whitish.
so this is probably the lower corner of the wall, the property line, or the two properties, or the deck properties on the right-hand side here are the upper side. So here you can see that there's rebar that's been drilled and installed into the ledge, bent down, so it's going to be cast into the concrete. There's some longitudinal rebar in there as well, all for the purpose of providing a level surface for the block course to be built off of. Now, as you can see here, the ledge is not the same. It's climbing up the hillside here. So this will be done sequentially going up the hill so that, that each level of block has a level surface to sit on. Let me go for another photo here. Here. Okay, that's probably another shot of the same coming back down along the back of the wall. Same technology though. You can see rebar it was drilled into the ledge rock, and then they basically are going to bend that down so it encompasses, or it becomes enclosed into the concrete pour. Okay, let me get another one up here. Okay, this one shows the wall in question, where I guess, which is the one adjacent to the existing property. This is at the very beginning. This is probably the first course that's built on top of those stepped concrete shelves. And that shows behind the wall that they laid some additional longitudinal reinforcing. They put down and poured some concrete down and laid. It's not a formed concrete system, but basically they poured concrete up against the base of the wall, put rebar down, and then I assume that they poured concrete on top of that to make that kind of a concrete beam to help span across there. You also see that there's some crushed stone behind this because they're going to backfill adjacent to the wall with crushed stone to facilitate drainage and also reduce pressure on the wall. Anytime you put soil or different types of soil against the wall, the soil determines the lateral pressure on the wall. One of the least one of the materials that imposes the least amount of pressure on a wall is crushed stone.
And why is that? And just by the way, this crushed stone, did you also receive a copy of an invoice from Tilcon in terms of reviewing the materials that were used by the builder?
I believe so. I don't have my hands on that right now, but showed that they had delivered, crushed stone to the site.
And Tilcon
you can see there's a large stockpile of it back in the back corner here.
Yep. And Tilcon is a reliable resource for this type of product. Yes.
Well, they built most of Connecticut. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Let's see here. We got.
And just as you're flipping the pictures, that rebar we saw that was behind the wall, that was the bootstrap and suspenders when I referred to the horizontal run of the rebar.
Yeah, that's not typically done. I mean, that's an addition that I certainly can't hurt any situation. It's going to help give some bolster of the wall from behind here. Okay. So this shows a level of the geotextile fabric. So you can see it, and it goes underneath the block. It fits in between two block horses, and the weight of the block wall on top kind of locks it in. But basically, this is going back quite a good distance here. It must be about almost 8 feet. For a wall this height, that's much farther back than you would normally put it in.
So when you say much farther back, again, any indication whether geofabric like that length is again an overbuild pretty much for the size of the wall we're talking about?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, it comes in specific lengths or whatever widths, so it may have been just easy enough to use the longer width, the standard width here.
But the longer the geofabric goes back into the soil, the more weight on top of the geofabric.
Yeah, the more stable it's going to be. I mean, there is a limit to it. I mean, the geofabric can stretch if you try to put too much load into it, but I don't think that's going to be a problem in this situation, in a conceivable situation.
Commissioner Goklowski here. Is it Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Yes. I'm reviewing the pictures from Dunn Landscaping in our file, pictures 45. And it's this picture that you have shared here, but I have it turned a different way. And I see a very big gap between the mesh, the beginning of the laying of the crushed stone, and the actual dirt against that base wall over there. It looks like a pretty hefty gap. With that mesh laying on top of there, that's going to be there's going to be air pockets in there. Wouldn't you agree?
There could well be, sir. Yep.
Okay, so we're still at the same. We're right back where we were last time when we were questioning the integrity of the wall. Is it safe? And one of the other pictures that was also involved in this particular from Dunn's first day of work, it showed a heavy piece of equipment actually hauling out some ledge, it looked like. So
I'm sorry.
But Attorney Walsh, so we understand, you're telling us the integrity of the wall is there by your own expert's witness, your witness here. He says it could be compromised because of the space that's shown in this picture.
Yeah, he didn't say that. So but I'm sure he can speak to that.
Yeah, well, the fact that the mesh is going back, 8 feet, if it's not fully, engaged right up against the wall, is not going to be significant. It's really is this mesh going to be able to be pulled through that soil by pressure on the wall, and I don't see how that's possible.
But there's a gap between the mesh and the dirt that's already laid. So whatever crushed stone you're putting on top of the mesh is not going to fill that air pocket that's between the wall and the dirt that's already there. That mesh is preventing. It's right here in the picture.
I think the engineer can address that question. Yes.
Yeah, you're not going to ever get a fully flat surface of soil behind there. I mean, if you use some sand or something of that nature, I would be willing to say that the degree that you've got some gaps in the soil below the mesh are going to be insignificant compared to the fact that the mesh goes back so far. The soil weight on top of it is going to engage that mesh, and it's going to press it down into the soil below it.
That looks like a very significant gap from my view here. And I didn't take these pictures, you did.
If I could ask, these are construction photos.
If I can ask the witness, if you could just, we had some additional photographs of, I think, more rebar, and if I don't know if you finished your slide yet. No?
Well, this is, as I said, this is a significant one showing the, kind of the wall construction, the geofabric installation. There's another one, and when you come to a corner, they kind of overlap the two different directions. So. And then also there's a filter fabric being installed here at the back of the wall. The purpose of that is just to help keep fine material from being pulled down into the stone and then causing settlement on the top. And here's the last one, which is a kind of a similar condition for the base there, where you can see the rebar, was epoxied into the stone or into the ledge rock, there's a gap in the ledge rack there. I mean, the ledge is not continuous, and in some, and it's also not level. So the purpose of this concrete pour is to provide a level surface for this modular block.
So the concrete would go right through all the way down to that crevice you have right there?
Yeah, it would fill whatever void is underneath there.
And I think now these are the last call. I think there were some photographs as well that were ahead of this that you received. There might be a couple of others.
Here's one here that I can pull over too. Let's get it over. So this one shows a drain at the back wall adjacent to, if you look at this particular one there, the corner return going up alongside the existing property is probably about a little off this picture here, but basically there's a drain in here so that any water that builds up underneath this thing can drain down into the wetlands.
Now, when you were out there, by the way, you made an inspection of the area behind these particular drains, correct?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, yeah, Mr. Brown. When you were out to the site, you walked actually that particular area yourself, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I've got photographs.
Was there any evidence of erosion whatsoever? In other words, even though those may well be working, there's no active indication that any water is draining out of those. Yes?
Not at the time I was there, no.
Okay. And by the way, and there are no such none of those drains, if you just pointed out, actually point toward the Norrie house. Drains like that don't exist, right?
No, there's no particular drains. I mean, the wall is a loose laid wall. Here, this example shows you the gaps in the wall the way these walls are constructed, they are not tight. So if you do get water build up behind it, which I don't see, I saw no evidence of that, but the water will weep out and through this wall fairly easily.
So, Mr. Brown, can I ask you? So, I'd like you to compare for the Inland Wetland Commission, for example, the old-fashioned masonry wall where you'd put a stone in, then you would put concrete around it, put another stone in, put concrete around it, or even the old brick walls where you would put brick with a layer of concrete. And in terms of the challenges that those kind of walls had from hydrostatic pressure versus what kind of benefit this wall offers with respect to hydrostatic pressure.
Sure. That if the more solid the wall is, the more potential you have to build up water behind the wall that will exert hydrostatic pressure. This type of wall, is bleeds. I mean, it will not. There's no real way to build up wall. It'd be like putting water in a sieve.
So, if I understand what you're saying, then the fact that it has these particular, it's loose laid like this is to the advantage and the longevity of the wall.
Yes.
Now, and again, any sign though, because behind this wall, obviously there is crushed stone, rock, process, etc. No indication that there's any hydrostatic pressure or weeping at any time that you saw.
Not at the time I was out there. There was no indication.
And I should note that we've been asking for any photograph that shows any water that's actually coming from the wall from anyone, from Norrie's council, any kind of video that shows water coming out of this wall that they might want to point and say, hey, look, the wall is actually leaking or bleeding into our. There's not a single photograph. There's not a single piece of videotape that shows that the wall is actually bleeding or leaching out water that might affect the Norries. And we've asked for that. We've been having hearings now for a year, coming up on it, or 8 months, 9 months, and there's no such evidence. But the fact remains, as Mr. Brown can tell me, that having the ability to leach actually improves the longevity and strength of the wall. Yes.
Yes, I mean, if water pressure can't build up behind it, then it's not going to exert any additional force besides the soil, the wet soil that's there.
If I can ask you, with respect to the wall as it is, so in this picture, it looks like all the blocks on the top of the blocks, they would be smooth, but actually, the top of the blocks have like a ridging to them for some reason?
I'm not sure I understand
Well, can you go?
There's usually a capping stone that goes on top that's more finished.
No, yeah, that's not my question, Mr. Brown. If you could go to the photograph showing one of the rows, one of the courses going up. No, on an earlier photograph.
Okay, let me see.
Where it actually shows the top, the formed nature of the top of the stone, the engineered stone, so that it has ridges and the import of the ridges.
Okay, let me try.
You know what I'm talking about in terms of
let me see what I got. We looked at that previously. Is this
Yeah,
what you're looking for?
yeah, exactly. See the ridges on top of that stone there, then how they, and can you describe how they actually, you can see in this particular photograph, there's one stone sitting on top of the first course. You see that?
Yes.
And it seems to have, there's a form or a shape to the bottom of that stone, which seems to marry or sister to the wall beneath it. Can you describe what's going on there?
Yeah, so that's the interlock between the various courses that you know, the way these, you know, the failure mechanism of a wall this type is a couple things. One, it can tilt over, or the blocks can slide one from another, and this interlock is what prevents that from occurring. And the walls also, these particular walls also have what they call setback. So each course is slightly farther back from the front face of the one below it. But the way they're manufactured, the bottom grooves on one block fit into the upper, you know, the bottom, or the projections on the bottom block, so that they lock in. So that's why they don't slide from each other.
And when you mentioned the geofabric, at some point when the wall gets to a certain height, the geofabric then goes in between this particular layer, and then it rolls back into the embankment or into the layer as you described before.
Yes, in fact, let me get a picture of that here if I could. I've got it. You can actually see the geotech fabric. Not this one here. Okay.
I don't think that these photos are in the file, so can you make sure they get
Yeah,
so here you can see the geotech fabric actually exposed on the finished face of the wall slightly. I mean, generally you clip that back a little bit, but it's certainly evidence that it's there, and I can see that, you know, going down the length of the wall as well.
And sorry, I think that was Jamie's voice I heard a moment ago. Jamie, yes?
Yeah.
Jamie, do you have the two original photographs that we submitted even before the other 4 or 5 were submitted? I know that
Earlier in the process.
Yeah, they were the first 2 photographs showing the cross section of the wall, and I think it was just 2 photographs we had at the time. It was submitted prior to the last hearing, I believe. Or maybe it was right after the last hearing. And Marjorie might remember in terms of the sequencing as to how they were filed, but we had a group of photos most recently, but before that, I think there were 2 photographs. And Mr. Brown, you also have those photographs that shows the layer going up with the.
Yes, I apologize. Some of these photographs I'm showing are my photographs I took at my site visit.
That's okay. It provides added information to the commission for their consideration.
If you can submit those for our file, though, that would be.
Sure.
Since you shared.
This is Commissioner Goklowski. I have a little concern here. I noticed in one of the pictures that was just shown that there is a drain pipe coming from the base part of the wall draining into the inland wetlands, and you made a statement that it's not going towards the neighbor's property, but it was draining into the inland wetlands, and I think I have an issue with that.
Well, then you might have an issue with the drain pipe that's next door. So, we don't have any drain pipes pointing into the.
Yes, you do. You just showed us a picture of it, Terry Walsh.
That's pointing downhill at the back of the wall.
I'm in a downspout. We don't have, for example, from the house, as opposed the neighbors actually have a downspout pouring into the wetland. But the expert can address this, the need for these kind of pipes in the back. And Mr. Brown, if you might just.
I just want to clarify here. Let me just get that photo.
Yeah.
Okay, this pipe you see here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's on the back wall. As I mentioned, if you go down to the lower right-hand corner of the photo, and that's where the corner of the wall starts going adjacent.
Right, so that pipe is draining directly into the wetlands behind the property.
If water gets into that pipe, it would be coming down into that hillside, yes.
So that's a possible drainage into the wetlands.
And I think you can tell from this particular photograph, which was just taken, there's absolutely no sign of erosion out of that pipe. So we can see the grass. We can see, if typically there was going to be water draining out of that pipe, then you might see a little kind of channel where the water was running. But I think
we have a date on that photograph when it was taken.
I'm sorry. So that photograph, I couldn't hear you. I apologize. That photograph, I think, since there's no channeling behind that, I think it's, if it was channeling if there was channeling from water coming out of that, in September, October, November, December, January, February, March. The witness was just out there a week ago. We've had all these months of the heaviest rains that we've had last year. I think anyone can take notice of the fact that we've had, I think, 125% of the rains that we've had in the last year than ever before. And there's no channeling behind this particular pipe. So the whatever water, and we've submitted previously, and I'm sure that Marjorie will get into this, but we've previously submitted actually a water study for the wall in terms of how much water can be held behind the wall because of all the area that now we've added for the water to collect and to percolate, which did not exist before. Before the water could.
Attorney Walsh, this is Commissioner Boda. Excuse me for interrupting. I think it sounds like you have several expert witnesses, and so I would encourage you to, particularly around some of the technical issues with respect to hydrology and any earth movement, you do your attorney part, but I would leave some of those other aspects, like I said, around hydrology to your expert witnesses, please.
Yep, and we'll get into. We have our witness available. That is Mr. Preddy. I'm sure he'll speak later with respect to the water study he did regarding this exact area. And my comments are simply conclusory, so I do apologize for that. He should speak. And but anyways, I just to finish this up with respect to. Do we have, Jamie, were you able to locate the photographs that were submitted?
I'm not quite sure which ones you're looking for because there's a lot. So if somebody can identify the exhibit number, I can certainly pull it up. But I've been a little bit distracted trying to pay attention to the discussion and look at the same time.
Yeah, so I don't have the list open in front of me, but they're the most recent. I think they were submitted immediately
The
after.
photos submitted by Jim Preddy?
It could well be, yeah. Maybe well be from Mr. Preddy.
What is it again that you're looking to try and show the commission?
It shows the early construction of the wall. Yeah, I believe that might be in there.
All right, I've got a couple pulled up, so we'll see if it's one.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think you might actually be referencing, because I think some of these are repeat photos.
There you go, right there. There you go. So that was one of the ones we submitted last time with respect to, and again, I would ask, I think it was one more, Jamie, as well, I think.
This one has a couple, so.
There we go, yep. That was the, yep. Thank you. Yep.
So I think a lot of these are the ones that Mr. Brown was sharing, but they're oriented kind of more in the condition that I think makes sense. Yeah,
that was it. And then in addition to these photographs, well, I think that may have been it. But anyway, I don't want to belabor anybody. So if I may just follow back with Mr. Brown. So, Mr. Brown, based upon your ability, and by the way, did you have full opportunity to develop information with respect to the assignment, which was to provide us information regarding the structural soundness and stability of the wall? Yes.
Yeah, I think I was able to render opinion based on the information I've received and looked at.
If you can share that with the Inland Wetlands Commission, please.
I think, the wall has, we use the term suitable for purpose, meaning that it's capable of supporting the conditions at which it's going to be, which it's undertaking and which is going to be exposed to. It seems to me that it's generally constructed with reasonable care. I mean, granted, yes, no construction is perfect, but there's enough safeguard in the design or in the process of the construction that the wall will certainly function, for a long period of time.
And Mr. Brown, so in terms of your professional accolades, have you also served as an adjunct professor and lecturer on structures and construction engineering, both at Yale and Rensselaer Polytech?
Yeah, and also the University of Haven or University of Hartford.
Thank you very much.
this is Commissioner Basserman, is it time to hear from Mr. Preddy at this point?
I'm sorry if that question was, I also have the gentleman who constructed the wall to if he's still available, is Mr. Dunn still there?
You're muted, Mr. Dunn. You can hit the space bar.
Roy, you there?
He looks like he's frozen now.
Attorney Wolf, this is Commissioner Boda. Would you like to perhaps tap Mr. Peretti for a moment while Mr. Dunn gets himself reconnected? We're 50 minutes in.
Yeah, thank you so much. A better use of time. So I would actually defer to Marjorie.
Can you hear me now?
I think
Oh, there
Mr.
you are. But you're floating over planet Earth right now, so there you go. You're freezing on us. Can you hear us now?
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay, and Roy, so we can hear your voice. So Roy, can you just tell us your background as a wall builder?
I've been doing this for almost 30 years. I worked for a company for 7 to 8 years, and then I've been on my own with my brother for 22 years.
And do you build walls in Branford?
I've been building walls all over southern Connecticut, all along the shoreline for the past 20 years.
Including this town, yes? Branford?
Yes, I actually specialize in landscaping in Branford. I try not to leave Branford.
And you live in Branford, is that right?
I live in Branford. My wife's a school teacher in Branford. I have 2 kids in Branford.
Okay. And what can you tell us about the wall you constructed, please?
Well, I mean, it's not necessarily a straightforward wall because of what we had to do with the base. It's not a lot of guys will take a job like that on because it's kind of complicated. But when you drill and you pin into a stone footing or a ledge, and then you pour a concrete footing and build up from there, it's a good strong base. Use the proper materials to backfill the wall, use the proper materials to support the wall with the geotextile. And gentleman earlier was talking about the geotextile, how there was a space between the geotextile and the fill underneath it. The geotextile is basically a grid of structural fabric that has 1 inch plus holes in it. So the stone can migrate kind of through it. So if there's any hollow spots when it's installed, those holes are pretty much immediately filled once it's backfilled over the top. So any voids that's underneath the geogrid, they get immediately filled up once it's backfilled because it's basically all holes. It's a web basically.
So to address, if I can address one of the commissioner's concerns, his concern was that there was a space between the grid and the soil beneath it, such that there was an air pocket. And you were talking about, then there's backfilling or grading that goes on top of that. Can you just explain, resolve the commissioner's question there, please, for us?
Yeah, well, the geogrid, it's flexible. It's like, it's not fabric, but it's kind of like a fabric. So once something is laid over the top of it, the backfill material, which is more stone and or processed gravel, it will it will immediately fill that void. It will push the geotextile down into the material below it. And then basically that void is immediately filled in once it's backfilled. An air pocket is not going to stay there. It just, it's impossible. So the material itself will lay down the geotextile on the material underneath it, and then that void is gone. So there's no voids.
Right. And can you describe for us also where you received the materials for the fill that went into this area?
So I received everything from Tilcon, Connecticut, and all the pictures that I took on my phone all have dates on them. And the receipts from Tilcon have all dates that match the pictures. So they directly correlate with one another.
I would offer to the Inland Commission, we did submit the invoice from Tilcon Tommaso with the dates which parallel the period of time and the witnesses telling us in terms of his use of that product. And we can also see it in the photographs. Was there a particular question that someone had for the Mr. Dunn?
Commissioner Goklowski, I do. Mr. Dunn, thank you for coming this evening. Believe me when I tell you, I'm not questioning your skills in building walls or anything like that. And you've been building walls for a number of years. And I'm sure you knew that this property was attached to wetlands. And why did you not advise your clients to take out a permit or notify wetlands of this project that was going on, since you're well versed with Branford rules and regulations?
Well, to be honest with you, I thought we were far enough away from the wetlands where there wouldn't be an issue. I've never had a problem with the wetlands before on any other jobs. This isn't something that happens a lot. I just thought we were far enough away from the wetlands. I mean, it's a tiny stream that's pretty far away from their property, all the way down the bottom of the hill. It's not like we were working directly right next to a stream or a marsh. It's a very small stream. You almost have to, make a point to look at when you're looking down the hill.
I had the privilege of walking the property, but my other question is, why didn't you pull a permit? We wouldn't even be sitting here right now if a permit was pulled.
Well, to be honest with you, the wall was never supposed to be over 3 feet tall. If you look at my original quote I gave to Amy and Charlie, my original quote was for a wall under 3 feet tall. And as far as I knew, in the town of Branford, if you're building a retaining wall, if it was under 3 feet tall, you didn't need a permit.
But this wall is over 3 feet tall.
I know. Because the scope of the job changed. I built the wall, then we decided to do a patio, and I built the wall a little bit higher in a couple of areas because aesthetically it looked better with once we got the patio in. I needed to come up another course or two with the block.
But again, we wouldn't be here right now if you notified that the local building officials, with the situation that your scope of work was going to change from what the regulations were going to be. We wouldn't be here right now.
I understand that. I didn't mean for us to be in this. I didn't want this to happen.
I don't like giving forgiveness after something has been done. I'll be honest with you.
Roy, thank you very much for that. And thanks for the opportunity to be able to ask the questions, Commissioner. Appreciate it. I know. Sorry.
This Commissioner Papantonis said, I have a couple of questions also.
Okay.
Mr. Dunn, did you actually have a plan, or were you just building this as you went along?
Well, we had a plan for phase one. So like I said, I gave him a quote. We did phase one, and then, landscape projects, they always change. They always get added onto. And like I said, this was all part of phase one. There was a plan. There was an initial quote, everything. Yes. And
Mr. Dunn, this is Commissioner Papantonis again. Where is the plan one? Or question for Attorney Walsh. Is that in our materials?
It's
So-
probably not. It's probably a sketch that I did, a sketch along with a quote off of my QuickBooks program.
I don't, if I, Commissioner Papantonis, I don't have that. I can get that, but if I understand what he's describing right now that we can all hear, it sounds like he gave a quote off of a QuickBook and he wrote something on a piece of paper. And I do know that it was described originally as being 3 feet tall.
All right. Just Attorney Walsh, I think my notes from last public hearing, which are voluminous, are that we asked for the plans, and I didn't see them in the materials. So I just wanted to make sure that I didn't miss it if it's there.
If I can ask Roy, when you say plans, is this what an engineer would consider plans, or is this like a back of the envelope kind of thing?
No, this is something I would draw up myself.
Okay, meaning something for the customer to look at. Exactly.
Yes.
Okay, I can certainly try to get that. And like I say, we can submit this particular drawing. I guess from my perspective, I knew it was not an engineer. It was not something that was ever unfortunately submitted to the town for review. So it wasn't from my perspective, I guess. This is honestly my first understanding that the word plan is used. I understood until now that was really part of a quote that was given to my client with respect to building a wall. And I do recall that there was a reference to it being 3 feet and under. But if I can address,
this is Commissioner Bodo. Just a follow-up question for Mr. Dunn. You said there was the plan for phase 1. Is there a phase 2 as well?
Well, like I said, the phase 1 was to build the retaining wall at the proper height and backfill. And then we decided phase 2 was, let's go ahead, we put a patio in. And then once we put the patio in, I had to kind of change the wall a little bit. That was on me because the grades of the patio were at a certain height, and so just to make it look better, I decided to come up a little bit higher with the wall in some areas.
Okay, and this is just Commissioner Bodo again. So then, as you're submitting, or Attorney Walsh, as you're gathering the plan for phase 1, also if you could include phase 2, just for our records. I think it sounds like that was requested at the last meeting. I didn't remember that detail, but
candidly, I just want to make clear, I'm not aware of a plan for phase 2, Commissioner, but what Roy has given us, I'm happy to turn over. I would like to address something else, though, that you just mentioned, which I think it is an important. It was in part of your question or in part of Roy's response. It had to do with the level or the direction of the patio area, which we haven't talked about right now yet. But Roy, can you explain to the Inland Wetlands Commission in terms of the way that you directed the pavers to run in terms of, from what height to level off? Were they designed to pitch toward the Norrie house? Were they designed to pitch toward the back? If you can explain that for the commission, please.
We typically use approximately 1/4 inch per foot when we're building a patio. That patio is approximately 20 feet. So in my guesstimation right now, there would be 2.5 to 3 inches of pitch from their house directly going out to the back wall there. And keep in mind, there's that 6 to 8 foot planting bed there where we're going to do grass or a planting area, and that was going to accept the water from the runoff on the patio.
So it was never designed to ever pitch, nor does it pitch toward the Norrie house, in terms of the patio area?
No, absolutely not.
And with respect to the question as the wall goes back toward the back of the back wall, there's actually a soil and planting area. So the patio doesn't run straight to the back wall. There's a gap, an opening where there was intended to be planting or whatever. Yes?
Correct. There's a gap of 6 to 8 feet between the end of the patio and the top of the retaining wall along the back. I'm not sure if they were planning on doing grass there or a planting bed or something, but there was going to be some sort of vegetation there, which would then absorb all the whatever water ran off the patio.
And that bed is still there. I mean, it may not, there's
Yeah.
nothing planted on it now, but it's still there.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, if I interrupted you. But I didn't make that point earlier, and I probably was remiss for not actually talking about that part.
This is Commissioner Bassman. I got a question on the phase one, Mr. Dunn. Was the geotech not needed for phase one, but was needed when you went to phase two?
No, it was, I intended on using it in phase one. Yeah.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, Chairman, counsel for one of the interveners does have his hand raised. I don't know if you want to open the.
This is Commissioner Papantonis. I have another question.
Hold on.
When
Commissioner Papantonis, there's a question here from staff. I guess I'd like to run through the applicants' experts here first, and then open it up for other parties. So if Mr. Dunn is done, I think we can move on maybe to Mr. Preddy.
I would like the opportunity for cross-examination.
Yeah,
Well,
you'll get that opportunity.
If I might, I'm sorry if I'm not sure this is a cross-examining format.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, but I would say as a practical matter, if we could finish our presentation, because we still have Mr. Preddy and other folks here. Thank you.
Jamie.
Right, Jamie, this is Commissioner Boda. Just for a point of reference, in our public hearings, the commission has never allowed for direct cross-examination. All comments come to the commission, all questions come to the commission, and then the commission can then volley those questions back. But I've been on here a very long time, and I've never in any public hearing seen a back and forth between council or one party and the other. The commission always acts as all questions and comments are directed at the commission.
With all due respect, Attorney Shansky asked one of my witnesses a direct question in the last proceeding.
I'd like to move on here. We got a lot of time in front of us, so if it's appropriate for Mr. Preddy to make some comments now, I think would be a great opportunity to move the ball that way.
Thank you.
Commissioner Papantonis did have a question though before we move on, Chair.
Commissioner Papantonis, before Mr. Dunn moves on, what amount of the concrete, how much concrete did you pour? In other words, how many feet back from the wall or inches?
Well, most of the concrete that we poured was for the footing, which the base of the wall sat on. We did pour additional concrete behind the wall in a few areas that encapsulated some rebar, some steel rebar, but we didn't fill the entire wall up, the whole back of the wall with concrete. You backfill the wall with either a 1.5 inch or a 3/4 inch clean stone, and then you put a filter fabric over that to keep that clean so it drains well.
Okay, and can you tell me, Commissioner Papantonis, again, what amount of that 20-foot patio is impervious and what amount is pervious or semi-pervious?
Is this question for me, Roy Dunn?
You built the wall, right?
Yeah, you asking about the patio? You want to know how much of the patio is pervious?
I want to know how much impervious material you used.
In the wall or the patio?
Both.
I don't have exact numbers for you. I'm not an engineer. I constructed the wall. I don't have exact numbers as far as how impervious the patio or the wall is.
If I can ask Commissioner Papantonis, I do believe that Mr. Preddy does have information about that. I don't know in terms of like square feet, but I know that that was part of his study when he was doing his water analysis.
Thank you.
Thank you. Should we, is it okay to launch into Mr. Preddy? And
Love
Marjorie,
to.
yeah, okay. Marjorie, do you want to, or shall I just?
Mr. Preddy is ready.
Thank you. Okay. We can see you now.
Jim Preddy, Criscolo Engineering, 420 East Main Street in Branford. I did review, we submitted drainage calculations. I did review it at the last meeting. We are talking about a very small area here. But the pervious patio that's there now is approximately 570 square feet. There was a question whether it's pervious or impervious, and there's been a lot of discussion. I don't think anybody's argued that the fact that the patio is not at least somewhat pervious. I don't think there's any truly impervious surfaces here. Be that as it may, when we did the analysis, we treated it as if it was 90% or 85% impervious, just as a conservative methodology. And
Mr. Preddy, if I can,
we looked at the condition before they built it and the condition after they built it, and just in the stone that was placed behind the wall that you all saw in the pictures, there is enough volume just within the stone to store the difference in the runoff that was created. Now, in addition to that, the plan that we proposed actually removes some of the patio, which would eliminate that, reduce that difference even more. And the planting area and the sod area that have not yet been put in still has not, even without that, because we haven't been allowed to finish, even without that, there hasn't been evidence, at least I haven't seen any, of water running through the wall, water running over the wall, even running out of the weep holes. The soil that's been retained behind the wall seems to be, at this point, storing the water and drying out as it needs to. To Mr. Golkowski's comment before about the pipes pointing toward the wetlands, they are pointing in that direction. At the top of a very tall slope that's covered in broken concrete and brick and whatever one of the previous owners placed there. So the slope is, in essence, armored, and still nobody has seen, none of the soil scientists, and there's been 3 now out there, has seen any evidence in one of the wettest years we've ever had of any sediment transport erosion coming out of those pipes.
Mr. Preddy, if I can walk you back 1 second. So I defer to the engineering in your description of all this, but if you can just, you started talking about there being pervious versus impervious, which I want to get to Commissioner Pempatonis's question, and to incorporate her question into your narrative here. If you can describe for us how you go about making the study in terms of determining first of all, the area that it's going to be on, and then describe, if you could, you said for the sake of being more conservative, we treated it as though it was more impervious. And I just don't want to leave the impression that it is more impervious, because your testimony or your comment earlier is that it is actually a pervious substance. But what is the point when you're doing your calculations of being more conservative and treating it as though it is more impervious? What, if you can explain that to the commission, please.
We looked at the drainage area basically from the back of the house to the edge of the water course, because the back of the house is really where the drainage divide is. Everything from the back of the house down the driveway on the side, and even the roof leaders all head out toward Howard Avenue. None of that is running toward the rear of the property. So we looked at that drainage area, which the total area is under 2,800 square feet. It's a very small area. We use the hydrology program that we use all the time. There's different methods in the hydrology program that you're allowed to use. We use the rational method in this case because the area is so small. Some of the other methods were really written for acres of property, not a few square feet. But we looked at, you know, when the deck was there versus the lawn and the brush and weeds that were on the slope, and then changed to the pervious patio and a lawn area and a possible shed that we're proposing as a roof area. And the differences in the differences in the volume in the 100-year storm event was approximately 17 cubic feet. The area in the stone alone is about 48 cubic feet, which is why I think we have not yet seen any evidence of water leaving the wall or leaving the weep hole pipes.
If you could explain just so those two numbers, and so to my understanding, the amount of water that might occur on this particular small area. So the larger the area, if the patio was a parking lot, then that's a very large area, would generate a lot of water. This is, you said, it's a very small area, so it's not gonna have as much water going across it, if I understand what you're telling me. Is that right?
Correct. There is some infiltration between the gaps in the blocks. I've been out there when it rained. It doesn't all run off. Some of it goes in, some of it goes to this area in the back where there should be now plants, and gets into the soil that's been retained by the wall.
So
all of it gets into the soil, but retained.
So the calculation you're using, which is this particular software, if you plug in, if you assume the most conservative scenario, which is basically if this was paved and it was not pervious. I mean, it is pervious, but you went the extra step of saying, let's be as conservative as possible by using numbers more towards it being impervious than pervious, you're saying, right?
Correct.
Even though it is a pervious area, right?
Correct.
And then 100-year storm, to your calculations using the software, would have developed how much water volume?
The
17?
The difference in the runoff was 17 cubic feet.
And the
increase.
The area within the wall, given the stone that's been added beneath this particular patio. So the area has been raised, which because of the fill that's been in there now, that offers how does that compare in terms of available space or ability to accept water versus a 100-year storm?
So I didn't count on the soil part at all because we haven't tested that. There's no way to test that. So I didn't even count on that. All I counted on was the crushed stone volume of only a foot behind the wall. But as you can see in those pictures, there's probably quite a bit more than a foot behind the wall. And I used 40% of the area of that stone because that's the void space between the stones. If any of you remember Don Blue, he was in and out of this office all the time, and he actually took 5-gallon buckets up to Tilcon and got various size stones and then filled them up and filled each bucket with water and determined that it was all the same volume of water. So whether it's 1/2-inch stone or 2-inch stone, the void space is only 40%.
So in explaining then, so assuming if there was 100, your calculation assumes, for example, a 100-year storm. In other words, almost the worst case scenario storm that would develop what you said, 17
cubic foot increase from what was there before.
And however, the capacity of the area that's been built, given all the stone that's beneath it, that's been added to the elevation. And by the way, I should just make clear, before this patio was built, it was sitting on ledge.
That's correct. There was very little soil. There was ledge outcroppings everywhere. So there was a deck that doesn't really do anything.
So the ledge had virtually no permeability of water before.
Very, very little soil was available for the stuff.
So now the area's been built up and all this stone has been added. And now, again, comparing to the amount of rain you would have for a 100-year event versus what the capacity is, you said 48. If you can explain that.
Yes, I took the conditions that were before the lawn, and I called it lawn area, and I used a higher number for the lawn area because there was some exposed ledge mixed in. I counted the deck as basically impervious, even though it's not. And Yeah, no, and then going down the slope, I use the same numbers for pre and post, because it's brushweed grass mixture with various, stone and block on it. But when you run the hydrograph for the pre conditions versus the post conditions, if you look at the hydrograph volumes, the difference is, again, these are very small areas we're talking about. So the difference is only 17 cubic feet. We're used to dealing with hundreds and thousands of cubic feet, but it was only 17 cubic feet here, which is not very much at all.
So in other words, as built, it has far more capacity. I think it's a capacity of 48, whatever the number is, compared to 17 differential in the event of a 100-year storm. So the capacity, the area has been, would you say, added capacity to hold water and retain water than before, or was the condition before better able to hold water in that area than before the well was built? If you understand my question.
It's my opinion that it has a better ability to hold water now, and this is without even the plants yet that will also absorb water when that gets installed. So there'll even be less chance for any increase in runoff.
When you did your water analysis, as you're telling us, did you also observe, as Mr. Dunn indicated, that the patio was built so that the water does not push or drain toward the Nori house, but it actually goes toward, it was designed with a pitch to go toward the back where the planting area is, behind the back of the patio toward the back wall?
That's correct.
Okay.
It does slope toward the back, toward the gap between the patio and the wall. Yes.
Okay. So for example, hypothetically, if a person was to take a hose out and put a hose on the patio, on this patio in the back, the water would flow toward the Noris, or would it flow towards the back of the patio?
It's not a perfect slope, but generally speaking, it would flow toward the back.
Flow because of the pitch that Mr. Dunn built in. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of, if I can have you please, for the sake of the commission, make a before and after comparison in terms of conditions before, which my client had a backyard which was all ledge with some portions of grass on it, but it was, the house is situated in that area had been all ledge, and tell us about the pitch of that ledge before toward the Nori house. And do you have a picture?
There's been pictures shared, and I have some pictures. It was fairly steep. Hold on. You're looking at that photograph?
Yep. So
this is looking well from the wall, basically, but this is the deck that was up against the house. You could see some soil. You could see some ledge here. This picture doesn't show everything, but there's other outcroppings, I believe, over here. And then you can see that the lawn area sloped pretty good. I mean, that's probably 5 to 6%, though. I don't really know, but it's certainly not 1/4 inch per foot.
Mr. Preddy, can you show us, please, the pitch, though, pre-wall construction, looking in the area between the Nori house and McCabe's? In other words, that side in terms of the pitch there.
Commissioner Gopowski here. With all due respect, gentlemen, we're not talking about pitch or water going towards the Nori house. We're talking about whether or not they had the right to build the wall without prior approval. We're not talking about pitches of water. We're not talking about drainage on the Nori property. That is not our purview. Our purview is that if your client actually built a wall without the permission of the inland wetlands and the local building department. That's the question. And so it's talking about pitch, and we spent all this time on pitch and water. That's not our purview. And that was discussed when we started this meeting. So can we move on from the pitch and finish it, please?
If I can, so the reason I actually asked Mr. Dunn to come, Commissioner, was because of your questions on the permit situation, because you did address that, and I wanted that addressed tonight. But in deference to Commissioner Papantonis, who asked other questions with respect to the water I want to just make a fair comparison, and I would ask Mr. Preddy to locate that photograph where it shows the pitch at the side of the Nori property pre-construction, please. And I won't spend much time on this, but I just to fully address Commissioner Pampatone's consideration of, again, of the water that's there, where's it going? But in fairness, where was it before?
Is this the photo?
Yes, thank you very much. Yep. So before, when the fence was there, we see there's the ledge, which is on one side of the fence and also straddles the other side of the fence, which is pitching directly toward the Nori house, and also this entire, you can see the ledge above is also pitching toward the Nori house. That is the ledge that's in between. If Mr. Preddy, can you describe now, in our mind's eye, the walls being built and how that affects this particular pitch, and how the wall has corrected any water pitch or drainage toward the Noris now to the back as you described?
Again, Attorney Walsh, you're talking about an issue that has no purview with this particular, with the violation that's before us. So I'm going to ask you to.
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent, just to clarify, so this is an application for a regulated activity. It is true that the activity by and large has already occurred, but the commission is reviewing proposed activity and whether or not it should be permitted. And pitch as it relates to drainage relative to the wetland and water course is within the commission's jurisdiction and purview, and is relevant to considering whether or not to issue a permit. I would just also remind everyone that we have a lot of parties looking to speak tonight. It's already 8:30, so trying to keep testimony and presentations kind of brief and to the point would, I think, be appreciated by all. We have other things on the agenda tonight as well.
Yep. Understood. I'll make it very quick, and I'm going to push this. Mr. Preddy, I'm going to ask you to do this expeditiously because I know we're running out of time here. But the photograph you just showed us, if you can keep that at hand, and then the photograph in that same area showing the wall, so that the commission can see that that photograph, which shows water that may have drained right off of the ledge, compared to now the placement of the wall, which.
Yeah. Hold on, I wasn't ready for the show and tell.
Sorry.
Not that.
While you're looking, if you can maybe talk and look, and I can have you multitask, so I can. So the plan contemplated also reducing the height of the wall by some courses to meet the 36-inch threshold. Yes, Mr. Preddy?
Yeah, our plan was to, yes, take the wall down, course by course to get it down to under 3 feet, which is allowed by zoning and confirmed by the town attorney.
And while you're looking at that, I still have Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, you still there?
I can't find that picture.
Mr.
Yes,
Brown?
I'm still here. Yeah.
So I would just pose to you again that particular question. If the wall was brought down, if there were a couple of rows removed from the top to make the wall lower, would that in any way jeopardize or affect the stability and longevity and continuity of the wall?
Well, I guess it depends on where that, if they take it down low enough that they remove that geotech grid.
No, I'm talking about to 36 inches, in other words, so that we're talking about one course, and we also have the wall builder here. I think it's moving the cap and one course of stone to get down to the, whatever that particular dimension is. And I don't know that Roy is still on the call, but that was the plan. But anyways, so to the engineer, Mr. Brown, we're talking about, again, whether it's 10 inches of the top of it or 12 inches of the top of it to get it down to where it's 36 inches or less. Does that pose any particular structural issue based upon your inspection of the photographs that you've seen and the wall?
Well, generally, reducing the height of the wall and the grade behind it is going to lessen the whatever pressure was against it. I guess the only issue I would say is I'm not sure if we take it down, we may have to lower the geotextile grid layer, because if it's exposed, it's not going to function. So there is a little bit of a concern there that you might have to take that down and install that somewhat lower.
yeah, I'm not talking about going so low as to the geolid, but your point, you saw the photographs before, which actually showed the grid in about the second course or the third course of the stone, as you saw.
Yeah, if that's the case, then if we're still leaving a couple courses of block above the geogrid, it would be.
You saw the photographs.
Certainly, it would be safer than it is now. Not that it isn't safe now, but it would be reducing the lateral pressure on the wall and making it even have a higher degree of stability.
If I understand your comment, if we reduce the height, it would reduce also any kind of lateral force to the side of the wall. Is that right?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Petty, have you found the photograph yet, please?
I think
of the wall
in
that area.
You're talking
Yeah, there we
about.
go. Okay. Yep. So Mr. Petty, so we saw the before condition. Now we have the after condition with respect to the comment earlier and the water, water flow. The presence of the patio, does it actually provide greater protection of water in this area, both to the Norries as well as to the wetland, for the reasons you described?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the patio is now flatter than the existing grade was, so you've now slowed down the water and given it a chance to actually get into the soil and be stored there as I've described. Just so we're clear, so somebody doesn't say something later. The area down here where the wall is tiered, there's more than a block or two that would have to be removed. I mean, this would have to be taken down basically to that first tier. But once you get up here, yeah, it may only be one course.
Got it.
And that's one of the reasons we're pulling this back is to provide a bigger planting area so we can grade that out.
Got it.
Just incidentally, you asked Mr. Dunn about the slope toward the back, and there you could clearly see it pitching almost the whole course there from just in this picture from Howard Avenue toward the back.
That the water would be again not
toward the back, right?
Okay, and again, the further the back of this patio area has a greater height and dimension of soil and fill behind it for greater capacity for water than say up close to the house, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Jamie,
if I could just comment on one other thing before I'm off of here. I've been with this firm 30 years. I can't ever remember a situation for a single family house that we had to get a permit for a block patio, a paver patio. And even retaining walls under 3 feet, which the town attorney has verified, wouldn't need a permit. In fact, they're exempt from state building permits, which means they'd be exempt from, or the state building code, if they're under 3 feet, they're exempt, which means they'd be exempt from building permits, exempt from inspections, that sort of thing. So when this project started, I don't think anybody realized that they were going to need a permit. The project morphed. It happens all the time on
Mr. Peretti,
many
but
other
they turned around and built this wall higher than it was, and that's why we're here today. And they also built the wall on the neighbor's property. So there's another problem that this commission is facing tonight. And that's why we're spending all these hours here. That's my problem.
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. I just want to clarify. So there was the initial proposed plan that was submitted and then an alternate plan that was submitted. The original plan, I believe, proposed to relocate a portion of the wall, and the alternate plan is to reduce the height of the wall. It sounds like at this point, the alternate plan is, can you please confirm which plan is the proposed plan at this point? Is it the alternate plan or is it still the proposed plan that was initially submitted?
In terms of which offers the greatest protection for the inland wetlands, I assume, Jamie, yes?
In terms of which one is the applicant requesting permission?
Thank you.
So the plan we submitted did pull the wall back we proposed to move it back from the property line equal to the height because that's what it said in the regulations. But once we've gotten clarification that happened in January in planning and zoning, we submitted the alternate plan that left it in place because quite frankly, there is less potential for any erosion or any kind of sediment transport if we could leave the concrete footing that you've seen now in many pictures where it is. obviously where it's not encroaching, but at that point, you're up in a much flatter area. You're not near the slope.
And if I could address Commissioner's question a moment ago, which is obviously a very salient question. So so that everybody understands the incursion of the wall where it's on the adjacent property is 4.5 to 5 inches. And it starts at the roadside. So the portion of the wall closest to the road, and it goes back, Jim, about 25 feet from there. So this is the area where the wall is actually at its lowest, which is, again, closest to the road, back 25 feet. So the picture that Jim showed a moment ago, where he showed the entire length of the area of the incursion is not back that way, but it's to the front. And so obviously we have to deal with that. To be clear, we did offer to remove the wall, and we're not permitted to go onto their property to do so. They were invited to do so. As a practical matter, we want resolution of everything. We want to answer the questions, provide information. We want resolution for everyone. And Jim, in terms of your plan and to remove the wall off that 5 inches of wall, to your mind, that can be done safely and efficiently. The 5 inches, I'm saying the 5 inches of.
Yeah, well, it would mean basically disassembling that wall and rebuilding it back behind the property line.
For that 25-foot length we're talking about.
And when you say 25 feet, it's 4.5 to 5 inches in the front, and then it tapers back to 0 encroachment at about 25 feet. So it's
okay.
It's kind of a wedge shape that's encroaching.
Got it. Understood. So it's the incursion is greatest at the street side at nearly 5 inches, and then it tapers back about 25 feet to where it's 0. You're saying?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And so I would say to the commission that is the highest. That's the in the photographs we have, that's further away from the wetland than it was before. So, Jim, I would say to Jim as well as Roy, the sense is that can be done with obviously the appropriate protections and recommendations by the town engineers to have, for example, the silt fence to make sure nothing is going to do this. I think when I talked to Roy about this also, he indicated you would do this over a couple of days where there wasn't going to be any rain. It's a very limited area, and they could pull that wall back the 4 inches or 5 inches that it has to be moved back with adequate protection to the wetland to make sure that nothing there goes. Again, I understand the purpose of this was to tell you the wall is sturdy, but I don't mean to be any disrespect. We want to address that 5 inches of wall we're talking about, but again, we can't go onto their property unless they allow us. But there again, that's a very limited area we can take care of. And I do hope that we're trying to be. I hope you all understand. Look, we're all really sorry about this. We don't want any of this to happen. We want resolution on this. We're earnest about it. We are getting you the consultants you need. I very much understand the comments of the commissioner, in particular, how this it can be very, very angry, and I get it. But we're trying our best to resolve this and give you the information to say that it's a safe area. It's been designed. It's been approved in terms of the review now by the structural engineer, and I hope we've given you the information. If there's anything else we can give you, please can you ask, and we can try to fill your inquiry. Thank you so much. Marjorie, I'm sorry I didn't leave any additional time.
This is Commissioner Basserman. Jamie, did you get your question answered?
I was wondering the same thing. I don't think it was directly answered. I think it was expressed that the alternative plan would theoretically be less disturbance because it'd be less activity involved. I don't know if that was an answer of that's what they're now asking for.
If that was an answer, what? Sorry, Jamie?
So basically I'm asking what site plan is the applicant requesting permission for? So if the commission were to issue a permit, what site plan would they be looking to implement? Would it be the original proposed conditions or the alternate conditions? Because usually it's a revised plan if it's what is being asked for, and an alternate is oftentimes something else in case the first plan wasn't acceptable to the commission. So I'm wondering, is that a backup offer type thing, or is that what is being requested for permission at this point?
Understood.
The alternate plan is, I believe, the desired plan. It leaves the concrete footing in place, and it still lowers the wall to under the 3 feet so that we comply with all the regulations.
This is Commissioner Basserman, but Mr. Purdy, it does not address that 25-foot section. It basically leaves the wall in place.
Mr. Chairman,
That's correct. I don't know how that's being dealt with right now.
Well, if I can just say to Jim's comment and to the commissioner's, the chairman's comment, again, that's on their property, which is why the application was originally made to invite them to join. That didn't happen. I'm not trying to be obstructive about this, but we want to have resolution on that. But the solution there really would also be to pull it back to 5 inches. And again, what we're hearing is we could do that. But as to the question of the height of the wall, that can all be done safely and efficiently. We have a sturdy wall structure. So is that responsive, Jim? I hope it's responsive.
I guess my question is for the alternate plan, which Mr. Purdy said was the plan that he desires or you guys desire. Is there construction details associated with that activity in your application?
We did provide a standard detail for this type of wall construction where the height can vary. Again, that's the lowest part of the wall, so at that point it wouldn't even need any geogrids because I believe it's all less than 2 feet at that point. So it's just the standard block construction that really any homeowner could do, buying block from Home Depot because it's so low at that point.
And I want to clarify, one of Jim's comments earlier was to leave the footing in place. Obviously, the footing would remain in place where it's properly on our property, right? But obviously, but he wasn't contemplating that we would leave a footing in place on someone else's property. But again, we would like to, if that's responsive to the chairman's question.
Mr. Chairman, this is Attorney Marjorie Shansky. I want to add that the comment that the encroachment is something the commission has to deal with is not accurate. That is being dealt with within civil litigation. And the reason that we applied for a permit to correct that which is within our control to correct, and which can be done without disturbance to the wetlands. So call it a phased solution. We are here to request an after-the-fact permit to do that which is within our control to do, and that is consistent with, I think, all of the regulatory bodies from the building code through the zoning, through the wetlands, should the commission permit it to occur. So just for clarification, thank you.
And,
Sorry,
and
Marjorie,
just,
thank you.
this Commissioner Vassar, just so I didn't miss the point, then the only thing that's being basically contemplated here is lowering the wall.
I think there's also a reduction of the patio as well. So it expands the impervious, the infiltration capacity, more plantings.
Thank you. Attorney Shansky, do you have any other person present that needs to speak, or can we move this along? As I still see that Attorney Ainsworth has his hand up.
I'm in favor of moving it along, Mr. Chairman.
Great.
This is Commissioner Bodas. Sorry, I know that I very much want to move along. I just, the way that was framed, so this is an after the fact permit request to lower the wall and to reduce the patio, but wouldn't this be an after the fact for the wall and for the patio, but at the alternate plan sizing?
I'm not exactly sure.
That's correct. I believe that's correct.
Distinction that you're making, except to say that we are here seeking a permit after the fact to do work in the upland review area that has no impact on the wetlands.
with all due respect, apparently any work that's done to the wall or the patio is going to have a direct effect on the wetlands because you're going to be working on the wetlands. Don't shake your head no, because you're working on the wetlands, because the patio currently is part of the wetlands. Part of that wall is on the wetlands.
It's on the upland review area.
Okay.
It's not in the wetlands. The wetlands
But
is
you're
the
still
water.
going to have workers working below in the wetland area. That's my whole point.
I beg your pardon. I missed what you said.
I said you're still going to have workers when you're reducing the size of the wall in the patio. You're going to have workers working in the inland, in the wetlands area.
That is not true. They will always be in the upland review area.
Okay.
The only, if I can, the only work that's within even 5 feet of the wetlands is some additional plantings that were recommended by our wetland scientists. Everything else is quite a bit away in the upland review area.
And I would refer the commission to my February 15th letter, in which I have a lot of description about the law governing activity in upland review areas.
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent. I'm just going to take a brief minute to share the site plan because I don't think we've looked at it yet this evening, and we've done a lot of talking about the site and the proposed activity without taking a look at the site plan. So to reorient everyone, the house is near the bottom of the page. You'll see the paver patio area, portion of pavers to be removed, per what Attorney Shansky was saying, the location of the retaining wall to be modified, and they're proposing an additional erosion control below the retaining wall for while any work on the retaining wall would be completed. They're showing the existing silt fence that was installed per the notice of violation, and the additional shrubs to be planted along the water course, which was the activity that Preddy was just discussing. Just to kind of spatially orient the commission real quick.
Jamie, is that the July 2023 or the February 2024 plan? Sorry.
I believe I was just showing the
Dated 2/14, sheet 2A. It was the alternate.
Yeah, I think I closed it too fast, but yes, it was the alternate plan. So whatever that date is would be correct.
Attorney Shansky, does that conclude the applicant's information presentation this evening?
It suspends it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'll go with suspense. You have your hand raised, Attorney Ainsworth?
I do, sir. Yes. I'd like to ask some questions, and since I can't ask them directly, I'll ask them through the chair. Thank you. First, I'd like to see the site plan that was just pulled up to address a point that was absolutely hammered by applicant's counsel, Mr. Walsh, regarding a certain point that I need to correct. Okay, so looking at the two-story house at the bottom left of this, which is of course 38 Howard Avenue, you see directly across from the K in building setback line, you'll see an elevation, which is 41.3, and you'll see the corner of the house is 41.9, which is higher than 41.3, which means there's a slope from 41.9 to 49.3, which goes directly toward the wall. You'll see that further forward where it says paver patio, and then you go straight up and you see 41.8 and 41.5 further down. There is a slope from the patio toward the retaining wall. So I would like to ask a question, which is, does removing any of the block require, at any point along the wall, require one to walk on the or enter the property of the of 34 Howard Avenue, because it's on the line for almost the entire distance, and wondering if there's any construction detail that indicates how they're going to be able to do that from their side. That's one question. I'll ask the questions and then you can relay them. Do we have a cross section of this wall to know how it was built underneath? Because what we've seen is some photographs and we of a certain stage of the construction, but we haven't seen all of it. And we don't really know what the cross section of the existing wall is, nor do we have a cross section of what the proposed wall is. Because that would tell us a little bit about the soil and what layers of soil were proposed. I think had this been properly permitted, we would perhaps know that. Let's see. Now, let's see. I'd like to ask the question. So when the water permeates, now we've heard a lot of testimony regarding the water permeating through the patio and going into this gravel detention area, and that there's ledge beneath it. So the question is, the water gets detained and gets placed into this detention area, and I think Mr. Preddy said the water goes down and then gets held there. But if it got held there permanently, as every rainstorm happened, it would just fill up. So where does it go? Does it go down? Because now it's been slowed down and gravity, I believe, takes it down. So the question is, does it go down to the bottom and then there are crevices in the rock? And so would it go into the crevices that are filled with gravel? Or does it somehow magically disappear? Because they said before the patio was built, they were on ledge and it has no permeability before. That was what they said. So if it has no permeability, where's the water go? It must travel along the ledge. And if you are detaining it, the water that used to run back is now detained in the area where it is. And now there's more water at the top of the property near where those crevices are. I'd like to have an answer to that. Then there was, there's no sediment transport was, I think, the statement. Is there any nutrient transport? Because now you've got an impervious surface where there's no remediation of nutrients, which are now going to fall on the patio. Are those going to be infiltrated and then remediated through gravel? Gravel, I don't think, has much remediation capacity. So is that getting discharged now down the slope? Because we removed, they said they scraped the soil and the grass off of their ledge. So now you don't have any remediation of nutrients at that point. Where does that happen?
This is Commissioner Bassman, let me interrupt. You've got some questions here. I would think at this point, given the length that we've had this on the docket, that you would have brought in experts of your own to put on the record the evidence if you feel differently, as opposed to just asking questions.
I thought that the law allowed me a right of cross-examination as an intervener, but if I'm not allowed to do that, I won't. But
the commission listens to the applicant, and then if there is a different set of criteria that somebody feels is appropriate for the commission to consider, then they bring that expert so that there's a balance of background information, experience, etc. And then the commission has to make a decision as to which one rules the day. And I don't see that happening here.
Oh, no. Frederick in the Wetland Agent, I would just like to clarify, as an environmental intervener, they do have the right to cross-examine, but also the point made relative to expert testimony does stand. But I just want to make sure the commission does understand this is a little bit different than just general public input at a public hearing. They haven't intervened and been granted intervener status, and they do have the right to cross-examine. However, if there's expert testimony on hand, and certainly having expert testimony to back up or counteract what has been presented to the commission could be beneficial to their argument.
Thank you for that.
Okay, so does that mean I get to ask the questions or I don't? Because I have experts here as well.
I'd like to hear from the experts.
I'm not certain that answers the question, because if this is, I don't, you've heard me say this before, but if this is going to end up in an appeal, I need to know the answer.
Jamie
This
Frederick.
is Commissioner Boda. Sorry, Jamie. I think it would be helpful so far I have 4 questions. I anticipate that the applicants are also listening to the questions as they're likely to be volleyed back. And hopefully, they're also being recorded as part of this meeting. So I would encourage you to continue with your questions, but also know that we are waiting to hear from the experts that you have as well. And I know that you just had an opportunity to start. It's almost 9 o'clock, and just want to keep going.
I perfectly well understand. We heard a lot of testimony, some from the experts, some from the lawyer. I'm just asking questions. But look, I'm going to follow the rules. If you tell me I should move on to my experts, I will move on to my experts.
You have additional questions that you didn't get to yet ask. I do not want you to think that you cannot. I just, yeah.
Jamie,
if you have experts, I would also like to hear from them.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. We have town council present. This seems like something that would be perfect for them to weigh in on. If we want to ask if town council has anything to add.
Attorney Yanuskowicz, you want to weigh in here?
I will, for the record, Bill Yanuskowicz, Brenner Saltzman, and Town Council. I believe that Jamie Frederick is correct. I believe that under the environmental intervenor laws in Connecticut, it's fairly clear that an environmental intervenor has the ability to present testimony and cross-examine witnesses. So I think it's important for purposes of the record that I reiterate what Jamie said and what I think I just heard Commissioner Bada say, which is you are free to cross-examine the witnesses. Attorney Ainsworth, I think the chairman has also indicated a desire to hear from your experts. So I know it's late, but I think we've got to abide by what we know to be the effect of the intervenor law, which is fairly clear to me, at least.
Just brief.
Floor is still yours, Attorney Ainsworth.
Excuse me, sir?
The floor is still yours, it sounds like.
Thank you, sir. And just a brief clarification, do I get to ask those questions through the chair or directly of the witnesses?
Well, I think we're both hearing your questions as they come up. So helping to move this along, I don't know that we need to two-step this.
Fair enough, sir. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Dunn, was there ever an engineer on site to review the work as it was being done to determine whether the materials being installed were installed according to good engineering practice?
You're muted.
I don't think that was one of the
You're
questions
muted.
that were asked earlier, but it's a different question.
Was this design sketch a hand-drawn sketch by the landscaper for the design of the wall? And then the next question would be, was there a design for the second phase when it got raised? And then how did that come about that the wall got altered in the plans and there wasn't a design plan for it? And so will we have enough excavation behind that wall to determine whether the soil was properly compacted, whether there were geotextile fabric was placed in all of the areas, whether their footings were continuous, and whether the pinning was continuous or whether it's just in spots, because the photographs only seem to indicate that they were in some areas, not all. I'd also like to know when the footings were put in, was gravel backfilled behind there, and did the gravel go into the crevices? Were the crevices below the wall excavated, or were they just filled with gravel? We don't know the answer to that yet.
I would be happy to answer all your questions, but if we could just have one question at a time.
Okay, so Mr. Dunn, I'll start with the last one first, because that's the one I remember. The crevices, there are crevices in the patio, right? Oh, excuse me, in the ledge, correct?
If I may, I mean, I want to facilitate this.
That question's not for you. This is my examination.
The questions keep changing.
So. Oh, no, the question's very easy. Are there crevices in the ledge?
I don't know.
Okay, so you didn't see any crevices.
I can't answer that. I don't know if there were crevices in the ledge. I know there was ledge. I know I drilled and pinned an epoxy rebar in the ledge. I poured concrete footing on the ledge.
Okay.
I can't go into detail about crevices.
Okay. All right. So then there was testimony earlier about there was a photograph showing a number of pieces of ledge. Was there some need to break apart or loosen the ledge face in order to prepare the site?
No, whatever ledge was there, we just cleaned off the existing ledge. We drilled into the existing ledge and then poured concrete over the existing ledge. So we never changed any ledge. We just poured concrete for a flat surface over the existing ledge.
Okay. And did you remove the soil off of the ledge before doing that?
On our side of the property?
On Charlie's property, we cleaned off the ledge in order to get a good adhesion there. Of course we did. If we poured concrete over a barrier of topsoil or sand or anything, there would be no, it wouldn't adhere to that. So you have to clean that off so you have a good contact with the concrete in the ledge.
Okay. And did you remove the soil from other parts of the ledge within the patio area?
Where there was no concrete poured?
No, where there was no concrete poured, we didn't clean any ledge off.
Okay. Okay. Are there any perforated drain pipes behind the wall that goes perpendicular to the stream?
No.
I guess maybe the easier question is, where are there any perforated pipes underneath the patio area?
No.
Okay. Are there any PVC drain pipes? Like I see that there are ones in the wall where they come through the wall. Where do those pipes go back from there? How far back?
It goes underneath the concrete footing that I poured. So that corner of the wall is the absolute lowest part of that structure. So in my mind, if any water was going to sit behind this wall, it would sit in the very lowest part. So I put a 2-inch, which is a very small pipe. It's not a 4-inch, not a 6-inch. It's a 2-inch piece of conduit just from the front to back of the footing to relieve any water if any water did sit behind the wall.
Okay, so the pipes in the photograph where before the wall is constructed, but you see the footings are there or the pins are there. There are
Yep.
two PVC pipes. Those
Yep.
are actually the pipes that are there now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Um, and what is the kind of geotextile fabric that was put in? What's the brand?
I don't have the brand. I buy all my material from Site One Landscapes. It's a nationally owned hardscape company. Whatever they carry, I use.
Okay. And are there manufacturer specifications for the installation of that product?
I'm sure there are. Yeah, there are. Yeah.
And did you follow them?
Yes.
Um, and what were those specifications that you followed?
I can't recall off the top of my head.
Okay. Um, okay, so at any time during the construction, was there an engineer present to observe or oversee the work that was being done?
No.
And in any of the design plans, was there an engineer who contributed to those designs?
No.
Okay. And did you remove any soil, or did any of your contractors use any of the native soils as backfill behind the wall? Did you move it around anywhere?
It's possible.
Okay. Well, and when you say it's possible, what do you mean by that? I'm not trying to understand.
Well, I mean, if there was some topsoil, we probably would put that up in a corner and use it, as topsoil when we were done with the project.
Okay, so that would be the topsoil that was on the ledge before the project started.
It was topsoil that was on the property that we put aside to use in the planting bed when we were done with the project, correct?
Sure, okay.
Okay.
Thank you, that clarified that. Okay, now, is the footing continuous beneath the entire wall, or is it only in sections where you thought it might be needed?
It's pretty continuous, if I could remember correctly. Yeah, it pretty much runs the whole length of the wall.
All right. I have a couple of questions for Mr. Preddy. I assume he's still here.
Why don't we assume he's still here? There we go.
I see him. So Mr. Preddy, when you weren't on site prior to the wall being built, were you?
No, when we were contracted, the wall was already up.
Okay. And so, and you haven't excavated any portion of the patio to determine what's actually beneath it, have you?
No, my knowledge of what's beneath the patio is all from the photographs and Mr. Dunn's testimony.
And all of your reports were written before those photographs from Mr. Dunn were submitted, correct?
I had met with Mr. Dunn and talked with him, so I had a general idea what was going on, but then the photographs just confirmed later.
Yeah. When did you first meet with him?
It was early on when we were first hired. We had to, when this first came up, we were hired to help with the permitting. We had to perform a survey, and that was in progress, and I think it was during that time. So it was prior to the first submission to Wetlands.
So what happens to the water that hits the patio and permeates into the patio? Where does it go?
So it goes into the soil. I mean, the soil does dry out in between rainstorms, and some of it gets held in the soil, and um, uh, some of it probably goes into some various gaps in the ledge that probably go in many different directions, because this backyard was shaped like a turtle prior. So they're having not seen it, I can't say, but that's my guess.
Okay. And there was a photograph that was shown earlier that showed the area between the two properties, and there's some fairly substantial crevices, I mean, that are noticeable, visible to the naked eye. They're several inches wide. Do you recall seeing those at any time when you were there?
When I was there, there was still soil in that area between the wall and the house. The only time I've seen the area between was the videos that were shown last time. Since the soil's been stripped, I should say.
Fair enough. And all right, so when you did your calculations on the well, actually, you said something about the soil would dry out. Are you saying that the water will evaporate under the patio?
Yeah, I mean, the soil always does dry out eventually. Even if you had a bird bath on a pavement, eventually that would dry out.
So the even though it's capped with stone, it would evaporate?
Yeah, that's correct. Just like when you have a heavy rain event and the water table rises close to the surface, and then after a few days of no rain, the water table would recede, the soil starts to dry out.
Right. When the water table recedes, it's actually going down, not up. It's not evaporating.
But the soil's still wet, and it would have to evaporate. I mean, we're getting a little far afield here, but
right. But when you're talking about storage of water after a big storm, the volume of that water would travel downward through gravity because it has no velocity at that point.
Most likely.
Did you do any calculations as to nutrient loading off of the patio?
I don't understand that question. What nutrient loading from the patio?
Okay, nutrients fall from the sky, nitrogen, and they hit the patio with the rainwater, and nutrients accumulate on the surface of the patio, get washed with the stormwater. Where do they go?
So if you've seen the site, I mean, the patio was pitched to the rear where there's supposed to be a planting bed that hasn't been installed because everything had to stop, but the vegetation typically would absorb or provide nitrogen renovation, certainly, and amongst other things. So if this plan was completed, as we've proposed, there's quite a bit of vegetation, sod, bushes, plants that would provide nutrient and water absorption.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions for these witnesses. I'd like to move on to my experts and ask them a few questions, but thank you, sir.
Certainly.
So I'd like to call Mr. Sonicson. You could unmute yourself. All right.
Good evening. I think I'm unmuted.
Thank you, sir. Could you remind the commission of who you are, just briefly?
Yeah, my name's Rob Sonicson. I'm a registered professional engineer, the state of Connecticut. I work at Waldo and Associates in Guilford, and I have 45 years of experience, primarily in hydraulics and hydrology. And I have appeared before the Branford Wetlands Commission many times in the past, and I'm a former wetlands commissioner in the town of Madison.
Thank you, sir. Did you see the site plan that was pulled up earlier on the screen during this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen that site plan before?
Um, I I've seen it. I saw it when it was submitted. Um,
Okay, and do you see the spot elevations on it?
yes, the spot elevations are elevations that are taken from the base map. The base map for the proposed plans, I believe, or I'm certain, was the existing conditions map, which came with the set of drawings as sheet 1 of 2.
Okay, do the spot elevations tell you anything about the slope of the patio about at the corner of the house, the back corner of the house at 38?
Yeah, the yard always had a section that pitched toward 34 Howard Avenue, and or actually quite a large amount of the site pitched toward Howard Avenue. A lot of it was toward the rear of the deck, in the rear corner, and then down the slope. But there still is, based on the proposed conditions plan, a pitch toward the toward 34 Howard Avenue, and some pitch still does go down toward the northwest corner of the site at 38 Howard Avenue, but then discharges in sort of the general direction of both down gradient toward the wetland and also somewhat side gradient across the corner of 34 Howard Avenue.
Okay. Mr. Sonicson, based on what you know of the site from the photographs you saw today and your knowledge of what the wall looks like today, and what you heard from Mr. Preddy, what does your analysis tell you about what happens to the stormwater, what that falls on the patio?
Mr. Ainsworth, this is Commissioner Boda. I'm going to ask again, like I asked earlier, when we're talking about the maps or the plans, we can pause and just either have Mr. Sonicson, have Jamie pull it up. I know that we all have access to it in the Dropbox, but it's really super helpful for orientation purposes, if we're all looking at the same thing.
Okay. If I could share my screen, I can pull up some of these things.
Thank you.
Either that, or were you looking for the existing conditions to get pulled up, or
The existing conditions would be useful, yes.
or the plan that was submitted by Sonicson?
Well, we've got two plans in play, and so I have comments on what has previously been the proposed plan, and then I have also some comments on the what is now apparently the proposed plan, which was called the alternate plan previously.
Okay,
So
Mr.
which one should I pull up for now?
Why don't we look at the alternate plan first? Because I think we'll start with the one that's preferred.
Flow toward north.
Okay. Mr. Sonicson, do you see the plans?
Yes.
So what are your comments on this plan as it relates to stormwater control and also just good design?
One of the comments that I have about both of the plans is that there's a lot of overstrike in the area along the retaining wall between 34 and 38 Howard Avenue. And one of the real challenges is trying to get a good handle on how much the wall is going to be lowered, where it is going to be lowered, there's some notes on the plans that say the wall will be reduced as necessary. But in my professional opinion, we really should have details along that wall. The wall is between 2 and 3 feet from the foundation wall of the house at 34 Howard Avenue, and that's a very small distance, and we really need some specificity as far as what's going to be the final elevation, how much the wall is going to be removed. And I don't see that on either of the design drawings. Some of them are better than this. The alternative plan is actually better than the proposed plan. But that was a concern that I had as I was studying these drawings, and have been for a period of time. One point that I'd like to make is there's a significant difference between the two plans, and that is that this plan says portion of existing retaining wall encroachment to be relocated approximately 25 feet. The previously proposed plan said this section of the retaining wall is to be retained. So we've got, that's a change between the two plans that I noted. And I just wanted to make that clear that this is the first time that the applicant is asking for permission to work on or remove material that had previously been placed on 34 Howard Avenue. And I think that's of significance in the plan. I think that there was also discussion. One of the things that we saw very early on were photographs of the land between the house on 34 Howard Avenue and the current retaining wall. We showed pictures before the wall had been built, and there was a significant amount of soil in that area that was removed from the property at 34 Howard Avenue during the course of construction of the retaining wall. So not only was there an encroachment of a portion of the wall, but there was actually excavation done, a significant amount of excavation based on the information that we have. That was some of which was generated by my firm, because we also did a topographic survey and a property boundary survey. That was one of the first tasks that we were asked to accomplish. And we found that based on both the local GIS and the only existing conditions information that we have were after the wall was built. And so we had to look back to the Branford GIS to some extent, as well as photos that revealed that there was a lot of earth excavation in that area between, which cleared off the ledge and didn't allow the soil to do anything in terms of stormwater management in that area that it had been doing previously.
Okay. And Mr. Sonicson, did you do some additional topographical work in the front of the property?
Yes. At the last session of the hearing, there was a video that was shown of the front of the house at 34 Howard Avenue, which showed rainwater coming off before the gutter was placed on that section of the house. And the suggestion was made that could be contributing to some water that could be leaking into the basement. And in response to that, we went out and Waldo and Associates went out and did additional topographic survey in the front yard of 34 Howard Avenue. And that drawing is in the file. I think maybe we should pull that drawing up if we can, if we're talking about that issue right now.
Right, and this is the document that we're seeing now.
That's the document that you see. We did a very tight grid in the front yard, and what it shows without any doubt is that there's no tendency for any water that falls in the front yard at 34 Howard Avenue to flow around the corner and down the back along the side wall, where there's been an increase in stormwater leakage since the wall has been constructed. The grade goes right down towards Howard Avenue, down toward the southwest property corner where there's a grade elevation of 36.6. It grades up to over 39 at the house. It's a steady pitch that heads in that direction. And I think that addresses the fact that the rain that falls off the front of the house at 34 Howard Avenue does not flow to the north in the area between the wall and their basement wall.
So, Mr. Sonicson, thank you for that commentary, but let me sort of switch gears here and ask you a question about the retaining wall itself. There's a question of whether, the wall is exempt or not, and the town attorney quoted a situation where he said the retaining wall may not be a retaining wall because it can be replaced by soil or rock face slopes. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not this wall in this location on this ledge could be replaced by an earth or rock slope and still allow that patio to remain in place?
There's not enough room to be able to use that kind of a treatment, in my professional opinion. The only option really to keep the patio in place, the only option really is to use a vertical wall.
So the retaining wall is actually necessary to have this particular patio structure in place?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to, do you have further comments that you wanted to make before I move to Mr. Ashatino?
I think those are the extent of my comments.
Okay, then I'd like to move on. I think I'd, like to keep it moving.
Thank you.
But sorry to cut you off, but we're all trying to move.
It's nothing new.
Frederick and the wetland agent, do you mind if I interrupt with a quick question?
Absolutely.
I would just like for the applicant to clarify in regards to something that was pointed out, where it calls out portion of existing retaining wall encroachment to be relocated approximately 25 plus or minus linear feet. Is that in fact being proposed by this alternate plan, or is that a typo? I know it was stressed at the beginning of the application process that all activity was confined to 38 Howard Ave.
Jim Preddy again, that may be me overstepping a bit, but it will have to eventually obviously be removed at some point. I don't know when, but that's just me indicating that it will have to be relocated.
This is Marjorie Shansky. It was not the intention to expand the scope of the application beyond 34 Howard. So in the event that this hearing goes into a continuance, we'll make sure that that is marked properly.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So moving on to Mr. Ashatino.
I'm here.
Ah, thank you, sir. Okay. Now, you heard the conversation with Mr. Preddy regarding the infiltration of stormwater. do you have any comments regarding where you believe the stormwater goes after it hits the patio?
Yes, I mean, Mr. Preddy has an indication that somehow the water behind this wall is going to be retained like a pool. All the testimony has been, and there's been photographs showing that they supposedly put trap rock behind these walls. And trap rock doesn't have a tendency to retain water. So the water would flow very rapidly down. And really the only place that the water can go, originally before the patio was there, you had some ledge and you had a lot of soil. So the water, and it was a much steeper slope going towards wetlands. That water would either flow down towards the wetlands or seep into the ground. Now what's happening is it's flowing down through the stone, and it's the easiest way to get out is to get through these cracks, these features, crevices between ledge, which seem to be, based on the photographs we've looked at, they tend to come on an angle from 38 straight towards the foundation wall of 34. So all that water that either seeps through the pavement, if we're assuming that the pavement is permeable, it's going to get into the crushed stone, and the crushed stone is not going to hold it. The wall is not going to hold it because the wall is, Mr. Brown also testified, is nothing else but a loose block, and it's got big holes in it. So the water either goes down through the joints of the pavement, or it gets to the wall and it goes down in the back of the wall through the gravels, or and then when it reaches the surface of the stone, is going to flow. I mean, the ledge is going to flow to whatever there are, features in the rock. And right now, the way that that site is made, it looks like there are at least two major fissures that are seen in the photographs. And I don't know if you want to pull one up so we can quickly take a look at it. Probably if we look at this photograph, prior to this patio being built, you had a tendency for that water to flow back towards the wetlands and slightly towards 34. But by the time it got to 34, it was going past the corner of the house. If you see that corner of the 34, where the deck is, there's a 2x, kind of nailed to the deck. You see these two large ledgers that are in between the fence and the house. That became a barrier. So water, any surface water would flow sort of back and towards beyond the property of the foundation of 34. Now, with the wall being built, and I believe they removed a couple of the rocks on site, you have these sort of fissures, those crevices between the ledge, the kind of slices into the ledge that trap the water, gets behind the wall, it goes down in the gravel, and then it flows between these solid pieces of rock, which are split with these crevices. And those crevices happen to be going straight into the basement of 34. So the reason why there's been, a much larger amount of water getting into that basement as a result of this is because now the water is flowing down into the gravel, getting in between the rocks, following these crevices, which are, water wants to travel, and so gravity pushes it. And then, the soil underneath that patio, if it's gravel, it has no tendency to retain it because of, there's so much, voids in the stone, and the stone is made to allow water to flow through, so not to be retained. So all that water is getting into the rock, between the rocks, and it's flowing towards 34, and some of it towards the rear of the property.
So let me ask you a question. If they were stockpiling all the soil, you can see there's grass on top of the ledge in various places. If they were stockpiling that elsewhere and then sort of put that on the surface as topsoil, and they had filled this with gravel, is there going to be any kind of remediation of the stormwater in that location, or is it just going to go straight down?
Now, before that, with that grass that you see, that was soil that was retaining the water. that surface water was being retained, and whatever wasn't being retained in a very heavy storm, it would probably flow down to the wetlands. By stripping all that out and by replacing with gravel, what you're doing is you're using gravel as a channel to bring the water down to the ledge and letting it flow straight over the surface of the ledge and between the cracks of the ledge.
Would that reduce the
which
amount?
are the crevices, which tend to lead towards 34.
And would that tend to reduce the remediation of the of any contaminants or nutrients in the stormwaters?
I am not an expert on that, but I definitely, if you're not slowing down the flow and you're not using soil to retain it, it definitely is going to flow with the water.
Then maybe I should ask
Commissioner Basserman, could you, by the way, state for the record your background, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Rafael Escatino. I'm with Escatino Associates. I'm a civil engineer. I practiced structural engineering for about 45 years. And I have designed at least, multiple dozens of these walls over the years.
And all right, thank you. So I'd actually like to ask them that last question to Mr. Sonicson again. Mr. Sonicson, if you could unmute yourself. Are you there?
I am.
Okay. Now, Mr. Sonicson, you are a hydrologist, are you not?
I'm a civil engineer. My specialty is hydrology and hydraulics.
Okay. So you have experience in hydrology.
Yes.
Okay. And so did you hear the question I asked Mr. Ascatino about the remediation of nutrients and contaminants in the stormwater after stockpiling the soil and using it as topsoil?
I think that going back to some testimony that Mr. Preddy had before, vegetation, and this is also something that Bob Russo is probably more qualified to speak to than I am because of his professional qualifications and background. But plants do an effective jobs of nutrient take up, and paved surfaces don't do anything with regard to nutrient take up. So that's one of the natural sort of best management practices is increasing the amount of vegetation in a site development. In this case, there was a lot of removal of previously vegetated lawn area, which then isn't as effective in nutrient removal.
All right. And so then I'd like to thank you, sir, for covering that. And then I'd like to switch over to Mr. Russo. If you can unmute yourself and introduce your, a brief identification of your qualifications.
Sure. My name is Bob Russo. I'm a certified soil scientist with CLA Engineers in Norwich, Connecticut. I've been out on the site, the address number 34 site a couple times, and have viewed that and number 38 from the number 34 property. I'd like to make a couple comments, Attorney Ainsworth, if I could, just to start with.
Yeah, I think, for expediting the matter,
sure.
Just get right to your points.
I'd ask Jimmy Frederick to please pull up, it's Exhibit 10C, the Preddy photos. We've looked at them before, and I think they'll be a useful backdrop to my discussion. I'm going to start while you're pulling those up. Quick note by way of background. I do review of wetlands applications for several towns in Connecticut, both on an ongoing basis and under contract. And I've done hundreds of reviews of wetland applications. And the point that I want to make is that as we all know, as we've all been talking about, this activity, this wall and this patio were put in without an application to inland wetlands. It means that the commission didn't have the opportunity to see the site, to walk the site in its pre-existing condition. They didn't have the opportunity to hire their own experts. I know this commission at times will hire a soil scientist, will hire an engineer to review things. And those types of consulting staff are hired to assist the commission in determining whether or not there's going to be a wetland impact or what the potential for an impact is if there are activities in the upland review zone. The commission was denied that opportunity, and I think that's important here. And I think that while they can, they should still seize on that opportunity. I guess my comments are such that by not having the permit filed, by not being able to walk the site, by not getting professional input, should they have desired, they have a site that went from the picture that you see in front of you now, where there's some exposed bedrock, but there's soil and vegetation. And I'll now ask Jamie to scroll down through 2 photos of the patio as constructed. You have this, and if you could show the next photo as well, this. So these happened without proper process, without the commission being able to give fair consideration to what was being constructed. And I will just ask the commission members to think of the process by which an application is reviewed. You get to look at the plans, you get to look at the site, you get professional input, and almost invariably, the plans get revised. Suggestions come from town staff. Suggestions come from professionals that you have hired that make it a better plan, that make it less likely to impact wetlands. That didn't happen here. Now, again, if you could scroll up, Jamie, to the photo that shows, is looking from the backyard up the alley between the 2 houses. As was mentioned earlier, the pre-existing condition had vegetation, in places, soil, that are all responsible for renovating stormwater, for having more natural flow patterns. This commission specifically regulates activities in the upland review zone to try to minimize alteration of naturally occurring conditions to, and Jamie, if you could scroll back once more down to the patio, changing things from this diffuse flow to stormwater collection and management. This is a focus all over the state of Connecticut for your commissions, for all commissions, to minimize the amount of hard surface that's been built. It's my opinion that this commission would have likely requested alterations in this plan had they the opportunity to look at it. It's also my opinion that the commission could still require this to be removed and the applicant to start over again and give you your fair shot at considering the design of this site. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Actually, I think I would like to ask one more question of Mr. Sonicson about the wall regulations. Have you seen the well, do you know that the applicant is claiming that the wall is exempt from the regulations? What do the regulations say with regard to whether a retaining wall has to be set back from the property line?
The way that the regulations are written, it says that walls over under 3 feet in height do not require a zoning permit. However, they go on to say all of these walls must be set back from the property line a distance twice their height. So I know that there's been I understand that there's been some correspondence with the zoning office about what their interpretation of the regulations are, but I don't believe that there has been a change in those regulations. And so in that case, the requirement, based on a strict reading of the wall regulations, is that all of the walls, regardless of height, have to be set back the requisite distance from the property line.
Yeah, and with regard to 6.8C number 3, does it not also say that any wall shall be set 6 feet away from any parking space?
Yes, that's part of the regulation, which is also has applicability, but I've focused primarily on the property line setback, which was
okay. But this there, as part of this project, there's a driveway, and there's full access from that driveway back to the patio where the applicant has parked their car. If this were to be permitted, would you recommend that there be a limitation on parking within this patio area next to the wall?
Well, yes, I think that the setting the wall back will make it very a narrow driveway, which I think is a concern, and it would essentially make it hazardous to drive a car up into the backyard.
Okay, but if you, what's the reason for setting back a parking space from a retaining wall? From an engineering standpoint?
It's for safe maneuverability, and giving it's primarily for giving adequate maneuverability to a vehicle.
Okay. Does it have any element of keeping large, heavy objects away from the edge of the retaining wall?
Well, it's protecting the retaining wall as well as protecting, allowing the vehicle to maneuver and not impact the retaining wall.
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. I want to clarify for the commission that it sounds like the regulations being discussed are planning and zoning regulations.
Right.
And I know that town council had provided some information regarding this, and again, town council is on the call, so I think it would be appropriate to see if town council has anything additional to add on this matter in regards to the commission's jurisdiction.
Thanks,
I don't know.
Jamie. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jamie. I did have occasion after the last hearing to inquire as to the interpretation that the Planning and Zoning Commission put on its regulations. As all the attorneys on the call know, the Planning and Zoning Commission has a responsibility to interpret its own regulations, and the courts give the commission a fairly wide-ranging authority to make reasonable interpretations of the regulations. In 2015, I discovered through interactions with the town staff that the commission, and I want to clarify, Mr. Sonicson said the staff put an interpretation on it. That's not accurate. In 2015, and again in 2024, the commission discussed the interpretation of the definition of retaining wall, and at that time, it made a determination. In 2015. The consensus opinion of the commission members was that a wall with a height wall under its regulations, and that's important because, and I want to double back on this given what Mr. Sonicson has raised here, because if it's not a retaining wall, then it's possible the setback provision doesn't apply to it because it's not a wall. Not a retaining wall. And that's a question I'm going to have to clarify for the commission after the meeting, and I will do that and provide the commission with whatever information I can get on that. I will also say that at the January 18th, 2024 meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted unanimously to endorse that interpretation of the definition of retaining wall. So I want to be clear that this was not staff interpretation, but the commission's interpretation of its own regulations, and also that their consensus was with respect to what the term retaining wall means. And
this is Commissioner Basserman. Attorney Yanukovych, can you repeat the planning and zoning's definition that they're using for retaining wall? Yeah, you're cutting out.
They were very clear that a wall under 3 feet was not. I don't, Chairman Basserman, I don't with the definition of retaining wall, whether or not a retaining wall that was lower than 3 feet was a retaining wall as it defined retaining wall in its regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, for a moment on this point.
I'm still not done, and you'll have your opportunity to rebut.
Hang on, Attorney Yanukovych. Go ahead, Attorney Shansky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Attorney Marjorie Shansky. In one of my letters to this commission, I recounted this narrative that Attorney Yanukovych has just described, and I appended to that letter Ms. Ellis's email with the definition and the minutes of the Planning and Zoning meeting from January 18th, 2024, which is available on YouTube and which I listened to the entirety of. It's not just that they voted unanimously. The chair polled each member who got to speak to the issue of the interpretation individually, and they voted unanimously that this is their interpretation. It has been their interpretation since 2015, and they will amend the regulations accordingly. I think that is more persuasive than, with all due respect, the civil engineer with an emphasis on hydrology and hydraulics, the zoning enforcement officer, and the Planning and Zoning Commission have made this interpretation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And
go ahead, Attorney Yanukovych.
Yes, and in addition, I just want to echo that in the email that I sent earlier today, the minutes and the ZEO memo is also attached to that email. So if members are looking for it, they can find it in both places.
Thank you. Okay, Attorney Ainsworth, you're back on.
So just briefly on that point, and just because we're building this record, the definition of retaining wall as it's written is a wall built to retain or support, and this I'm reading right from the regulations, a wall built to retain or support earth or other materials that are not part of a building or structure, utilized to provide changes in grade that, and here's what Attorney Yanukovych quoted, that cannot be accomplished with a stable earth or rock slope. And that was the reasoning that was used by the agency. Now, it flies in the face of the direct language, but if that's the reasoning, in this particular location, that is a retaining wall because you can't put a earth slope that's 3 feet on the property line on sloping ledge and have it be stable, because that's the reason why a retaining wall might not be needed and might not be considered a retaining wall, is because it's a change in grade that, quote, cannot be accomplished with stable earth or rock slope. And you can't in this location. So in this context, that interpretation is incorrect. And the commission has not amended its regulations. The straight language as it was written says something different. And, obviously there's a differential of opinion here, but, that's a question of law that ought to be analyzed more carefully.
I couldn't agree with you more. We're going to, I think, not have any more comments regarding whether it's a retaining wall or not. I'm sure the councils will provide whatever they feel is appropriate for this consideration. So do we have anything else, Attorney Ainsworth?
Let me just make a. I'm just taking a look at my notes here. I think I'm about done. I guess finally, you know, it's well known at this point that there is existing civil litigation on this matter, where this wall may be ordered to be altered by the court. I think it.
Yeah, we don't go outside the wetland and watercourse issues here.
Okay, I just think the context might be helpful to know and keep in mind when you're making a decision, so that it's not made in let's say without understanding that there's other forces at play that are actually substantial.
We don't have regulations that allow us to consider things beyond wetlands and water. So does that conclude things?
Yes, sir. I mean, we just to conclude, the intervener still requests that this application be denied, and certainly that the alternative plan that leaves this thing right on the property line, crowds the flow of stormwater that goes between the houses, and I think you have insufficient information about what really existed here before. You were deprived of that, as Mr. Russo said, and they had a proper application, and there hadn't been a violation of law, that this project may have looked very different, or may have been altered or even denied. And to make the applicant start over from the beginning and give the commission the ability to look at the original conditions certainly would be well within your rights, and would be fair to the public, and especially my clients, but also because the wetlands, there were no soil and erosion control measures put in place when they took all the vegetation off the hillside. I think you might have had a comment about that at some point. They're saying, well, there's no erosion now that they've noticed, but there are other things that would have been taken into account. There have already been violations, and I think there have been enough things that are irregular about this that might advise the commission to put a denial in here and say, start from scratch, come back to us with a proper plan designed by an engineer, and let us be able to look at this the way we would have had we not been deprived of that by frankly an illegal act. And the applicant's own contractor has said, I was doing one thing and then I did another. It morphed, and there was no plan for it. It was drafted on the back of a piece of paper as a sketch by someone who wasn't a professional. And I just think there's enough irregularities here that suggest that perhaps this is one that should be a denial. But thank you.
All right, it is now 10 o'clock. Certainly the public has been very patient
Jamie,
at this point. Jamie, you got a comment?
I just want to remind you, there are two other interveners. I don't know if they're present, but you should offer them the ability to talk before opening it up to the full general public.
On that note, I see Mr. Holt, you have your hand raised. Are you one of the interveners? No. Who is an intervener that is on the call?
I'm not sure that they're here.
Jamie, may I speak?
Yeah.
I know where the other interveners are, so I just wanted to share about that. One of the interveners had a family emergency and couldn't come. And then the other intervener, Lisa Licio, said that we could share that she is not currently in support of the application.
Okay. And that's it. So now I guess we can go to the public. Mr. Holt.
Thank you, Commissioner. My wife and I have been very interested in properties in this part of Branford. We've been watching these proceedings with great interest after learning about them through various news resources. We now know that this might very much determine our decision to purchase in Branford. I have walked the neighborhood numerous times with our agent, and we have seen very clearly the difference in the wetlands that this property change has made. If it's not clear from the Wall A exhibit to the final wall that was built, which is conveniently called a patio, which we all know is a driveway to a driveway for their Mercedes E classes. Those are the facts that we have. So the fact that they have not been, this project has not been done with proper permits, and we're now reviewing them post hoc, is very concerning to me as someone who might purchase in the neighborhood. Clearly, the property does change the ingress to the wetlands. So I hope this will be taken into account. Thank you.
Anybody else? Let's see. Attorney Walsh, you had your hand raised.
I did. Just very quickly, just to say a couple things. We have submitted to the commission all of the reports from the soil scientist. Every soil scientist who has submitted has indicated that there is no impact by virtue of this particular activity and this conduct. And every side has had an opportunity to weigh in with respect to their soil scientists, and that there is no disagreement on that. Number one. Number two, I just thought I'd very quickly address a comment with respect to the fact that permits weren't pulled. This is all meant to be a prospective exercise. We wish it was not retrospective, but this is why from the last hearing we provided someone today to speak to the structural integrity of the particular walls, because it was a question about how it was built, et cetera. So we provided to you someone I think of great pedigree and great respect. And by the way, no one tonight has indicated that Charles Brown's opinions are wrong. No one's indicated that Charles Brown does not have basis to make his opinions, or that he's not qualified to offer opinions concerning the quality of and the characteristic of the particular area. I'd also just very quickly indicate that I understand that if things were done differently, that there might have been comment, but again, looking prospectively, there is no impact to the wetland by virtue of the soil scientist reports that we've generated. There's been the only water study that's been done in this particular case was done by Mr. Preddy. No other party has attempted to do a water study or provided this agency with any water study with respect to water, how it leaves the patio, doing a calculation. That was the calculations and the math and the science were only provided by Mr. Preddy. And the last thing is there's been some comment about denuding the area between the two houses and how that somehow affected the water flow perhaps. But I'd like to, Mr. Preddy has a photograph available just very quickly. This shows the condition of the area between the properties at the time the wall was completed. There was grass, there was soil, there was weeds. That's how it looked. Okay. So and this is for another day in a different forum in terms of our evidence of videotape showing that area being cleaned and cleared out by the Nori contractors. This is how the property was when the wall was built. There were weeds, there was grass, there was coverage, all that was there when the wall was built. I know that there's been an indication that, that we took stuff out of there. If you compare this to the photograph before the wall was there, you'll see that it is in substantially the same condition in terms of the presence of soils in this photograph. It speaks volumes. I know that there's information that's not relevant to this matter about the civil case, and we'll take care of that in the civil case with respect to the removal of those and the work that was done, et cetera, on the Nori side of the equation. So, I'm sorry to speak so quickly there, but I want to address it really quickly. That again, the question is the impact to the wetlands. That's the focus of this particular inquiry, and I would hope that we've satisfied it. If the commission thinks that you need additional information, we want to give it to you. We want to satisfy your inquiry, and if there's questions about the application or what we might do, we strive to provide information to answer those particular questions. And I appreciate the opportunity, and I apologize it's taken so long.
Thank you. Mr. Russo, you had your hand raised.
Real quick, Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent, please submit that photo for the file.
Jim will.
Mr. Russo?
Yes, my question is with regard to that photo. I had not seen it before. Is it my understanding that it had not been previously submitted?
That's what it sounds like.
That is correct.
Could we bring that photo up and zoom in on it, please? Is it possible to zoom in and focus on the area between the house and the wall? Thank you. Right there. That's great. If we examine the photo more closely, we'll see that the weeds are up at the very beginning of the wall and that the area between the wall and the house is denuded of soil and weeds. I just want this matter to be correct. Thank you.
And if I may just respond quickly, those same stones that we see that are shown on the top of the arrow is right now the cursor. We see those stones when there was no wall. There's a fence and you can see the top of those very same stones in the other photograph before the wall was built. In terms of the vegetation and soil here, there's as much or more at this particular point than before the wall was built, as reflected in the pre-wall photograph. Thank you so much.
This is Bob Russo. I am a soil scientist. I have experience in botany. I've walked the site and I've viewed the pictures. That's simply not true. There was a great deal more soil and vegetation present before the wall was built than is shown in this picture. I have absolutely no doubt of that. Thank you.
The commission has the photographs. They can look for themselves. We have the before and after. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Commissioner
Mr. Raphael?
Commissioner Goklowski, there was a picture showing on day one of construction that they had a heavy excavator in there pulling out rock. And I'm just under the impression that excavator was actually pulling out ledge along the side of the property. And that was provided to, and that's in our Dropbox, those pictures, I believe.
Yeah, I've never seen a picture of an excavator removing the ledge, because the ledge itself is a monumental stone. It runs under the yard of 34 and then into the foundation, under the house of 34 and also the backyard of 38. But obviously whatever exists, and we defer to the photographs and the commissioner's recollection. Thank you.
Mr. Raphael?
Yes, if I may offer, Raphael, I'm the structural engineer who's consultant with the Norries. My opinion regarding Mr. Walsh's comment that Mr. Brown supposedly has concluded that the wall was constructed correctly. Frankly, I mean, I've been in business as long as Mr. Brown, and based on the information that was shown on those two photographs, in my opinion, that's not enough evidence to anyone, any engineer, to really, really, frankly, make a determination that a wall was constructed properly. As Mr. Brown submitted a document stamped and signed saying that in his opinion, that the wall is structurally sound, or is it just a vague opinion presented at this meeting?
Mr. Brown is available.
Yeah, I don't see him on the screen.
Well, is there a document from Mr. Brown, a letter of opinion stamped and signed stating that that wall is structurally sound that complies with the building code? If it was, he should have submitted it.
Yeah, and we don't have any opinion from you, sir, saying signed also that it was not. What we have is the opinion of, he's given us the basis of his opinion, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to argue, but he was here to provide his pedigree, and whether he can provide an opinion in this regard, he was given that information. Again, I would leave it to the commission to determine whether or not they believe that that's adequate. If they would like a report from him, by all means, we'll get him to put that in writing. And I'd be happy to. If that request is made, Mr. Brown would be, I'm sure, happy to put that in writing, to putting exactly what he said tonight on a piece of paper. But once again, and again, I would encourage, just make the request, or I'll volunteer to do it, frankly, to have him do that. But as a practical matter, again, we've responded to the concerns of the Inland Wetlands Commission. And I will get a hold of Mr. Brown and ask for that to be submitted after the hearing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Diaz-Romero?
Hi, this is Sophia Nori and Stephen Diaz-Romero from 34 Howard. I know this has been a really long proceeding. I also want to thank the applicant for bringing the contractor and for sharing more about how the wall was built. It did take 11 months to finally get some more details about how the wall was built. I appreciate hearing at least something, even though it's been 11 months. I will say, though, that unfortunately, I do think the application is still missing multiple components. I mean, we've heard from multiple professionals, and I still don't quite understand their explanations for how the wall drains, nor have we seen like an adequate drainage plan. There are frankly just, contradictions that don't quite make sense. Like they're saying that there's storage of water behind the wall, then they're saying it seeps directly through. They're saying it's better for the wetlands to not pull the wall back on our property line, but then they're saying it's completely easy to move 25 feet of it back when that's encroaching on our property, which is also on the property line. They have not shared exactly what has to happen on our side, even if they lower the wall, because again, the wall they're proposing is still on our property line. And they have made, comments about our gutters. They've made comments about us removing the soil in the side yard between the two houses, which is an upland review area. And again, our contractor is actually also, was on the call last time and already said he did not remove it. And the person who removed it already told us that he did remove it. So I just want to clarify that. Again, just want to say we unfortunately cannot support this application because we still don't understand the drainage and multiple components of the wall. And any wall we believe that is going to be there needs to be set back from the property line. It's the largest feature along the brook. It also, walls will fail at some point, right? And we want it to be set back from the property line because in the event of failure, we don't want it to also take out structures on our property and have those collapse into the wetland as well. And we would appreciate a stipulation that cars would not be parked on the retaining wall because I haven't heard anything about the strength of the retaining wall being able to support a car as well. And I would hate for anything to also, again, fall into the brook or not follow the stipulations of the wetlands. And again, this is about future impact. It's not just about existing impact. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Goklowski, I just want to point out one thing for the commission. If they go to file 45, photos with captions from Dunn Landscaping, and if they blow up the picture, they will see that there's a worker with a heavy piece of equipment going into the ground, tying up a strap to probably pull something out of the ground. So that's what these are the pictures that were provided to us, and I'm only reviewing them now. So, and if you blow that up,
post. He's pulling out a fence post.
That's a fence post.
What fence post? From the metal? He needed an excavator to pull out a fence post. Those didn't look like they were deeply in there.
Jim Preddy, Crisco Engineering. Mr. Dunn's not responding, so I will. He is clearly putting a strap around one of the fence posts that they were removing. And you can see somebody in the background prepping the next one.
So they're below the upland review area. Okay.
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent Chair, do you want to see if there's any more members of the public that wish to speak? Or
I see no hands raised.
I do not either.
I think at the beginning of this public hearing, you mentioned the time frame that we're under, Jamie. It doesn't sound like we're going to get a resolution this evening. Does this require an extension?
Yes, Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent. It would require an extension. It does kind of sound like the applicant would be willing to grant one, given the fact that they've indicated they'd be willing to supply supplemental information and revised plans if the review was continued. So I certainly think that the commission may want to see that information that has been requested and offered. Some of the things that I wrote down were the report from the structural engineer Brown, clarification from town council regarding the retaining wall. Might be nice to offer the applicant and interveners a chance to respond to that information. Details for revising the wall, final elevation proposed, access, and whether or not there'd be any activity required on 34 Howard Ave. So I think it wasn't directly requested, but I think kind of consistent with the commission's past practice, a project narrative of how the activity would be completed might be helpful. And one of the points that has been raised, I think, at the previous section of hearing and this evening is the amount of information regarding the proposed condition beyond just reduced to 3 feet or general comments like that. And then also the clarification on the section of retaining wall and whether that's being relocated or if that's a future project, not part of this application. And then another thing that has kind of been danced around but hasn't been directly answered or directly asked, and I think I'm just going to bring it up just to make sure it doesn't become a question at the next hearing if this is in fact continued, would be whether or not the commission feels that test pits are needed to get a better understanding of what material is underneath the patio and behind the retaining wall. I think that highlights the big things today.
This is Commissioner Bassman. Jamie, in this case, do we need a formal vote of the commission as to the extension or not?
You have to request that of the applicant and determine when the hearing would be continued to make sure that the extension is an appropriate amount of time.
Mr. Chair.
This Commissioner Bassman, does any commissioner feel that the extension is not warranted? Okay, in that case,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I was about to get to you.
Thank you. This is Attorney Marjorie Shansky. I appreciate this opportunity. I just want to make a couple of comments and noting that the list that Jamie has just given us is the predicate for this extension or continuance. But I want to say that this evening has been marked by a substantial amount of speculation, and nothing that has been said this evening contradicts the findings of 3 soil scientists that there has been no evidence of sedimentation or erosion on the hillside or adverse impact to the wetland. And from a 2019 perspective, the petition to intervene has failed because there has not been established the reasonable likelihood of unreasonable pollution to natural resources of the state of Connecticut within the jurisdiction of this body. And the failure to establish that impact, there's nothing been quantified. There's been some discussion about nutrients on a very small segment of land, but there's nothing quantified. There's nothing that's been aligned with a specific adverse impact. And it has been testified previously by Mr. Davison that it is the segment of wetlands, the revealed daylighted segment of the wetlands at the McCabe Watts property that is the most protected and highest quality of the surrounding wetlands because it has a riparian buffer as opposed to the neighbor across who mows directly to it or the neighbor who has it piped. So your jurisdiction and I understand there are a plethora of other things that we're talking about, some of which are within your jurisdiction, but many of which are not, and that the adverse impact issue has never been refuted. So I leave that with you to ruminate over. And the amount of speculation that this or that might happen is not evidence. Riverbend is the citation. So yes, we'll be happy to consent to an extension. I would wonder if the commission would be willing to have a special meeting in a closer horizon than its next meeting. But I respect that we've taken a lot of the commission's time and leave it to the commission.
Thank you, Attorney Shansky. Jamie, I guess what does our agenda look like for the 11th, which I think is our next scheduled meeting?
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. Yes, the April 11th is the next meeting. There's a lot of things that were tabled from this meeting and to be discussed at the April 11th meeting, to knowing that this meeting had a lot to be discussed. So I would say that it's already pretty full.
And if we, let's see, go 2 weeks past the 11th, that'd be the 25th. Would that be our next
correct
meeting after the 11th?
That'd be the next regularly scheduled meeting after the 11th.
Given the amount of information that has been requested, is it more prudent to push this out the 4 weeks instead of the 2? Also, given the size of the agenda that already exists for the 11th?
I think that's a kind of for the commission to decide. The applicant did request a special meeting. I understand that we're already meeting twice a month now rather than the once a month. So adding a third meeting to that month, I'm not sure how that works for a lot of commissioners, given that you're all volunteers. What else?
Yeah, personally, this is Commissioner Bassman. I think it's either got to be the 11th or the 25th. I can't imagine trying to squeeze another meeting in that's going to likely go late again.
One thing I just want to clarify is so test pits have not been requested. Again, I'm not trying to say that they're necessarily necessary or not necessary, but is that one of the things the commission's expecting to have in for the next meeting? Because that might play into the amount of time needed to respond. And certainly it plays into whether or not, there needs to be that activity on site or should be that activity on site.
I guess this is Commissioner Bassman. Any commissioner want to address their need for test pits?
Commissioner Ormrod, if I may, just there's a lot of there's several things that I haven't been convinced of that we have asked. That I don't know how we can get this information, but I mean there are a few points. We know there's been rebar drilled into the bedrock. Nobody ever said how deep was that installed and whether or how deep that needs to be installed for something of this nature. There's no indication of how the drainage, how water percolates through this patio, through the material underneath the patio, and then into the bedrock joints and cracks, and where that goes. And I do agree with Commissioner Goklowski. It looks like there are large blocks of what appear to be bedrock that was taken and set aside. It looks like there's steps in the photos. So I think, I don't know if test pits would get us that information, but there's still a lot of questions in my mind that I'm not really convinced of yet.
Mr. Chairman, would it be possible for the commission to commit its questions to a writing? Because the questions just expressed would have been very nice to have asked while Mr. Dunn was here. So we'll be happy to get answers to questions, but we need to know what those questions are.
With all due, Commissioner Goklowski, with all due respect, Attorney Shansky, every time you have come before this commission, something has changed in the plans that you keep adding or subtracting or wanting to change. Maybe you should sit down and have a clear-cut application filed with us with the proper documentation so we can review it, and maybe we wouldn't have these questions. And then, again, if your client did what they were supposed to do in the first place, we wouldn't be sitting here right now asking for these types of tests, because this is what we do when we get an application and they're doing it properly.
Commissioner Basserman, Jamie, you had read off the questions that were in your mind still outstanding or needing to get addressed as a result of today's discussion. I believe the test pit question was raised at the previous public hearing, was it not?
It was raised, but I don't think it was ever resulted. So that's what I'm wondering is, does the commission want test pits to be completed or not? Because if so, obviously it would make sense to allow the applicant to move forward with that activity now so that it will be available the next time the commission reconvenes. If the commission thinks it's unnecessary disturbance, then, obviously it doesn't make sense to make them do the work.
I guess I assume that, this Commissioner Bassman, I assume that if we're going to do test pits in the patio, that we're going to be removing some of the blocks, some of the pavers or whatever the material is, and digging one or more test pits. That may be the only way to address the issue of whether the soil is retaining water or whether it's flowing through the soil material. And I'd hate to, quite frankly, get a bunch of questions answered when that's still outstanding if we don't add that to the information that the commission needs so that we can once and for all determine the likelihood that water is going to move through that material or not. So I guess I would vote for yes, a test pit. And I guess the question is, where are the other commissioners on this?
Commissioner Goklowski, I agree with Commissioner Bassman.
Anybody else? Well, given how many commissioners are on the call, two ain't going to get it done.
I'll weigh in here. This is Commissioner Ormrod. I think test pits would give us a little more information about some of the things we need clarified. I don't know if it's going to get us all the way there. I don't know if we can, because this is after the fact. I don't know if we can definitively find out the answers to these questions that we have. Yeah, test pits might help, but I don't really see them as being the end all to be all in getting down to this. I'll just put it out there. I guess I think Mr. Russo made some really good points regarding the fact that we were denied the opportunity to evaluate whether a regulated activity would have an impact to the wetlands, and it's really difficult to know whether or not the pre-existing conditions I mean, there obviously was a significant change in the conditions prior to this wall and this patio being built. I don't see any other way. Yeah, I don't know. I think I don't see any other way of understanding whether or not this activity had an impact to the wetlands without removing the entire structure, restoring it to what it was as best as it could be, and then seeing the effects of the restoration and seeing what that does. You know, that's where I'm at.
Commissioner Begeman, any thoughts?
Yes, I'm more inclined to go along with what, oh, this is Commissioner Begeman, with what Commissioner Ormrod is saying. I don't know if taking part of, it seems like we keep on going piecemeal. If we take something away from this project and to do test pits, what does that do to whatever structural integrity of the structure is there now? So I don't see a way out of this other than which sounds horrible to do when something has already been built, but I don't really see a way out of this other than denying the permit. That's what I'm thinking right now. Even if because the evidence that has been shown or that the applicants are showing, which is that nothing has happened to the wetlands after this structure has been built. We still don't know. And a lot of information about whether it will continue to function that way. So that's where I'm thinking right now. But I'm not ready to make a motion to go that way.
No, I understand. And
Yeah.
the question of test pits then?
So yeah, I'm not opposed to doing test pits. I don't know what they'll get us, but if others think it's important, then I would go along with that.
Okay, so just kind of, I mean, so everyone sounds like everyone still wants more information, still considering, you know, what information you need, the merits of the application, the challenges, keeping an open mind. Sounds like the commission is not requiring test pits, but providing authorization should the applicant decide they want to do test pits to go ahead and do them. Is that a fair way to summarize what the commission has kind of?
Just Commissioner Papantonis, I think we've gotten a lot of information. The applicant and the interveners have had a lot of opportunity to respond and to make their arguments. I'm ready to close the hearing personally, and I don't know if test pits are going to make a difference or not.
Well, it doesn't, this Commissioner Basser, it doesn't sound like there's a huge amount of support for test pits at this point, I would say, Jamie. So at least on that issue,
no test.
I guess we don't have to consider that in our timing.
So, I mean, the public hearing hasn't been closed at this point. It sounds
Right.
like there's at least some commissioners that think that they would benefit from having additional information. I think there's certainly some things on the record that could be clarified, whether or not it's going to answer all the questions commissioners have. Can't say, but you know, the applicant has indicated they'd be willing to grant an extension and provide additional information. So, you know, I don't know if the commission wants to move forward with continuing the public hearing to see that additional information.
Marjorie Shansky here, if I may. I would simply say that as a simple matter of procedural due process, it is the commission that has articulated an interest in this information, and we are willing to provide it and want to provide it in order to have you have everything you need to make a decision.
Thank you. I guess the question is, Commissioner Bassman, the question is the 11th too soon for that? Or do we need to tee it up for the 25th?
If that question is thrown in my direction, Mr. Chairman, it sounded like the 11th is pretty full on your agenda, so it might be auspicious to put it on the second meeting of the month.
Any commissioner have an issue with the 25th of April as the continuation of this public hearing?
Commissioner Goklowski, no problem.
Commissioner Armrod, Jamie, this might be a question for you. If I'm out of state during that date, can I still be seated and attend via Zoom?
Yeah, Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent. As long as you can connect via Zoom, that's one of the nice things about this format. You don't have to be in Branford.
Thank you. Then yes, that date works with me.
And Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent, would the applicant be willing to just shoot an email over documenting the consent to an extension to the April 25th meeting?
Of course.
And this is Commissioner Rossman, Jamie, so that we also keep the record flowing here, maybe a email to the applicant regarding the questions that you read off 10 minutes ago as being the kinds of things that the commission is looking for would help the record and provide direction for the applicant.
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent. Yeah, I'll certainly review my notes and send something out next week. We're closed tomorrow, so I'll get something out with things that I could pick out from the meeting.
This is Commissioner Begemon. There was a question that came up that was never answered about where the pinning is to the ledge and how continuous is it and whether there are gaps. And if there's any way to get that information, that would be good.
Okay. We don't need a formal vote for the continuance, Jamie?
Just an announcement that it will be continued to the April 25th, 2024 meeting, which will be held remotely via Zoom.
So public hearing on inland wetland 240102 38 Howard Avenue is going to be continued until April 25th at 7 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you all.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Does anybody need a break? 5-minute break? Or do we want to just continue?
I need 5 minutes. This is key.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jamie,
5 minutes, guys.
the Wetland Agent. Can we just say it's
Sorry?
fair to table the next two items so that anyone that's still here for those can leave and not sit around for the 5 minutes? Given that a lot of people have just signed off, and the next two items pertaining to 34 and 38 Howard Ave.
Don't we need to discuss those tonight?
They can be tabled if the commission so chooses, and I think it'd be appropriate given everyone,
Okay.
all the parties signing off and past practice.
Yeah, I think Peter already walked away. So.
No, I'm here.
Oh, there you are.
I just don't want to make people sit through. Okay, so yeah, recess if you want. 5 minutes.
So it's let's 38, maybe make it 7 minutes, 11:15. We'll reconvene. So then the notice of violation on 38 Howard Avenue is continued until April 25th.
As is item B.
And you beat me to the punch. Item D as well. And we have a different notice of violation, 72 Parish Farm and 10 High Meadow Road, regulated activity without a permit. And this is tabled pending review of application. Any update here, Jamie?
No, I'm still waiting on the revised plans. I guess the question I have for the commission is, do you want me to bring this back for the commission to review, or if the revised plans are satisfactory and I sign off on the permit, is that satisfactory to close out the notice of violation? Or would you like to be updated on the situation? Do you want it on your agenda again, or do you want me to try and take it off?
Right, right. I can't imagine somebody didn't jump all over that.
Commissioner Goklowski, I don't have a problem with Jamie working her magic and then advising us when she's completed her magic.
Okay.
I agree. Okay, now we have some applications for review. Inland Wetland 240201, 380 Shore Drive, one-story art studio with support spaces and breakfast nook.
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. So at the last meeting, the commission reviewed this in detail. There were a couple of outstanding things that were pretty minor. There was $16 of application fee to be submitted that has been received. And in review of the erosion controls, it was raised that some additional details on maintenance of the erosion controls and inspections should be added to the plans. That information has been added to the plans. Based on the review at the last meeting, I think that the commission's concerns have been addressed. Just to remind everyone, existing single-family house, proposed addition to the rear. There's a pond that spans the subject property and the neighboring property, with an overflow that goes under Shore Drive and discharges kind of out over by Orchard House. So at the last meeting, we had all of these details on installing the erosion controls. And since then, we've gotten these additional details on, again, the erosion control maintenance and inspection procedures. And we have received the outstanding portion of the fee. So the applicant does have representation present if the commission has any questions, and I do have a staff report that I updated in response to the revised materials if the commission wants to look at that.
This is Commissioner
Jamie,
this is
Go ahead.
Commissioner Begemont. Those additional things that were put into the details, is that considered the narrative that was being asked for?
It's a little, yeah, I mean, there's definitely narrative details in there. I think it's consistent with what the commission would require on a project of this scale.
Commissioner Goklowski, I believe Commissioner Bada raised the question about the access of the construction equipment so close to the wetlands. The access, I guess the driveway is very narrow.
So we can let the applicant speak to that a bit, but I think one thing to keep in mind is that this is a residential addition. So it's not like a new commercial development where it's going to have triaxles coming in and out all the time. And it is where there's an existing driveway already. So they are minimizing the impact as much as I think is feasible given the site conditions. But Matt Bruton, I don't know if you want to expand on that since you've held on this long. I think you did.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Just for the record, Matt Bruton, professional engineer for BL Company, 355 Research Parkway, Meriden. Yeah, I mean, Jamie summed it up nicely there. it's an existing driveway. It's the only way to get to the back of the house. As you can see, obviously we're tight on the left-hand side of the house. If you look on the left-hand side of the plan, there's no room to really go around that without encroaching over a neighbor's property. Not looking to get an easement to just drive, the small amount of trucks that we would need to use to kind of build this addition. So we have, double row of, silt fence and wattle and construction entrance on a already compacted driveway that does circulate on the right-hand side. So I think it's pretty straightforward, practical use of that entrance given the size and scale of the project.
Commissioner Goklowski, I think Commissioner Bonner's question was at the last meeting was the concern of the cement truck because you're going to be pouring a foundation.
Yes, there will be a need for a cement truck. It's not a full foundation; it's a crawl space. But yes, we would need a foundation poured from a truck. Yep.
Okay. Do you know the side the amount of concrete that's going to be poured is going to be poured by one of the big trucks?
I assume it would be by one of the larger trucks, as opposed to being done by hand. It could be done by probably one or two trucks in a 1 or 2 day period.
Okay.
Yeah, Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. As I recall, I think the outstanding concern was the maintenance of it to make sure that it continues to operate as functioned, and isn't going to transport and impact the pond. But it does have the double silt fence and double erosion controls consisting of silt fence and straw wattle. And it is already a compacted area that's definitely an established travel way. So I think it's reasonable.
Why don't you put up the staff report, Jamie?
I'm going to jump right to the possible conditions for consideration, unless, if commissioners want me to review any other parts, let me know. But I've got contract the inland wetland department to request initial erosion control inspection prior to land disturbance. There's no site clearing, so I don't have the pre-construction meeting. And be a final inspection upon completion of the project. Any disturbed lawn areas from excavation and/or staging shall be reseeded to establish long-term soil stabilization prior to removal of erosion controls. A qualified PE shall certify that the grading and stormwater system on site is installed consistent with this approval upon completion of installation. No leaves or yard waste / debris shall be raked, blown, or deposited within or adjacent to the pond in order to prevent detrimental impacts, including but not limited to filling. And then standard condition per Connecticut general statutes, approval does not take place until any zoning approval that is required has been granted. And then the standard conditions and general provisions of all permits. Any questions from commissioners?
Anybody have additions to the conditions that Jamie has just gone over?
This is Commissioner Begeman, and the risk of being redundant. I was listening to last meeting, and Suzanne Baudet was talking about the narrative. And I know, Jamie, you said that those details are now in the details, but she was talking about people who are in the field doing the work. So if you think that the additional details for maintaining, that pad, etc., are sufficient, then I'm good with that. But Matt said there's a 3-sentence narrative that I'm going to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing on a project like this is making sure they know to install the erosion controls, contact us for an inspection. And then, I mean, the construction sequence on a project of this scale is kind of self-evident. Like, obviously, you're going to have to excavate for the foundation. You're going to have to pour the foundation. You have to backfill the foundation. And then once you get past that aspect, the construction of the structure itself, that's kind of outside the purview of the commission. So I don't really know what additional information would be in the construction sequence. Beyond the continued maintenance of the erosion controls and all of that information is certainly within the details provided down here. And the fact that they should be.
I'd point, Jamie, I mean, some of the critical ones are number 7, number 25, and number 26. I know I was joking that it could be 3 sentences. I think I gave you a lot more here, which is pretty typical what we would do on a legitimate commercial retail project. But number 7 is pretty critical. Contractor shall inspect all sediment and erosion controls before and after each storm of 0.25 inches or greater, and at least weekly to verify the controls are operating properly and make repairs where necessary. And then if you go down to number 25 and 26, they say an area shall be considered that achieved final stabilization when it's minimum of 70% uniform perennial vegetation cover, other permanent non-vegetative cover with density sufficient to resist accelerated surface runoff, erosion, and subsurface characteristics sufficient to resist sliding. I won't finish the rest of it. 26, maintain all permanent and temporary erosion control devices in effective condition throughout the construction period. Upon completion, sweep parking lot, remove all temporary, right? So basically telling you telling this contractor right on the plan, he can't avoid it. It's not in a separate document. It's right on the plan in front of his face. You need to inspect these weekly and based on the amount of rain that's happening with these storms, and it's got to stay in place until we hit this critical timeline. So, I mean, those are the two big items that should give you something to hang your hat on if a contractor is not following along with what we've discussed the past 2 meetings.
Yeah, and in the beginning, it talks about the installation of the erosion controls and prior to start of work. So I think it covers.
Great. Thank you.
Anybody want to forward a motion regarding 380 Shore Drive?
Try. Item 240201 380 Shore Drive. I move to approve the application with the conditions for consideration in the staff report prepared for the meeting. Is it 2/22/24?
3.
28.
Prepared for the meeting 3/28/2024, last revised March 27th.
Okay, thanks. With the staff report prepared for today's meeting 3/28/24, revised 3/27/24, and with the standard conditions for consideration as well, and the general provisions in the issuance of all permits.
This is Commissioner Begeman. I second it, Commissioner Begeman.
Great. Okay, I guess any further discussion? All right, we're going to vote. Commissioner Papantonis.
Commissioner Papantonis, aye.
Commissioner Armrod.
Commissioner Ormrod, aye.
Commissioner Begeman.
Commissioner Begeman, aye.
Commissioner Goklowski.
Commissioner Goklowski, aye.
Commissioner Basserman, aye. Okay.
Thank you very much. Have a great night.
You too. Next up is inland wetland 240202 1 to 17 Beacon Hill Road and Beacon Hill Road, formerly part of the property known as 83 Rose Hill Road. Adult residential community. Do we have an applicant on the line here?
I believe we do.
Yep.
Amy
Can you
Frederick.
hear me? This is Doug Anderson.
Heard you loud and clear.
Loud and
Amy,
clear,
where are
okay.
we at on this in terms of information
Amy
that you were
Frederick.
looking for?
In the wetland agent, just to remind and set the stage for the commissioners that were not present at the last meeting. I do think the commission is going to want to schedule a public hearing for this application. So hopefully you all had a chance to look at the application materials beforehand, so that hopefully we can kind of work on some of the scheduling components of review of this application. I think, if the commission does determine to have a public hearing, you're gonna want to keep the review component of the application to that public hearing. but I think it would be appropriate for the applicant to give a brief overview of what their project is. Some of the things that came up at the last meeting were public hearing, site walk, and possibly peer review, because there is direct wetland activity directly within wetland areas. I think the peer review would be the most time sensitive one in as far as making sure that there's not unnecessary delays. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to the applicant. And I can either screen share the site plan if you would like to show them, or if you would like to pull it up on your screen, you can screen share.
No, that'd be great if you could do that. Okay, for the record, my name is Doug Anderson, represent Beacon Hill Property LLC, current owners of the parcel up on Rose Hill Road. The parcel has a little bit of a history that you guys may or may not remember. It was originally approved for a 10-lot subdivision somewhere around 2009, 2010 era. Prior to that, it was known as the Rose Hill Poultry Processing Facility, a chicken processor, if you will. So over the years, the property has sold to a couple developers along the way. It never was able to get off the ground. There was a number of reasons, predominantly the sewer and waste aspect of the development. So in 2020, Paul Santa Barbara, who's a managing member of Beacon Hill Property, purchased the property, also owns a property adjacent to the site, and just came to me and asked me for some development ideas for the site. So we looked at a couple different scenarios, kind of landed in the current scenario that you see in front of you, which is a 22-unit active adult project with a mix of 2, 3, and 4-unit buildings. And basically what we've tried to do is follow the model of the original subdivision as far as road layout, stormwater management, things of that nature, with a private road, so a little bit less intense on the asphalt and so forth. And pretty much what you see in front of you here. Site was originally 9.7 acres. Upon the subdivision approval, a little over 2 acres was deeded to the town of Branford, which you could see on the left-hand side of the screen there. So we've come back with this, this concept again. You trying to utilize the same footprint that existed on the original subdivision. This will be a common interest community, so kind of controlled maintenance and management of the site. And I have our engineer here, Zach Georgina from Giuliano Associates, as well as our soil scientist, George Logan. So they're here to answer any questions. I know, this is all public hearing stuff, so I can keep it brief like that. And if you have any questions of them technical, we can do that too.
Commissioner Goklowski, could you just say the number of units again, how the building's going to be done?
Yeah, so the project, and I'll add one other caveat to this. The project's 22 units, made up of a 2-unit, 3-unit, and 4-unit buildings. So from the site plan, you could see to the right there are 2 4-unit buildings. Central of the project, there's a 3-unit building to the left of the road, a 2-unit building to the right of the road at the arc of the road, and then 3 3-unit buildings to the top of the road that abut the Beacon Hill Preserve along there. Okay. Pretty much all staying within the same footprint that existed when it was a residential subdivision, although those were just approved lots with no specific site plans. But we try to maintain, buffers to the open space there. But it's 22 units, and one of the issues with the development and why I don't think it was ever able to come to fruition is that there's a pretty big sewer infrastructure expense that was actually designed by the town of Branford to bring sewers to this area. So currently sewers stop at the top of Rose Hill Road. And the town, I think about 10 years ago, embarked on a designed to service the entire area of Rose Hill Road, Kent Hill Road, and I believe Pinsky Lane that will eventually tie back down into the Lakeview Plaza down there. So a pretty extensive sewer project. So since 2020, Paul and myself, we've had some numerous discussions with the sewer authority and the town engineer trying to figure out a way to make the project work, you know, in the 10 lot scenario that he inherited. And there were some dynamics, being that he is an adjacent property owner now, that didn't exist from the prior developers, to be able to bring sewer up through his property. So we explored a couple different options. The town and the sewer commission felt very strong about providing sewers to this area. In fact, most of the houses along Rose Hill Road in front of this property have failing septic system issues, some of which have been replaced, some of which I believe have refailed again due to high water, conditions and things of that nature. So, we've kind of come to a agreement and understanding of how the sewers will be brought to the town, how much will contribute to that, and how this project, helps be the catalyst to be able to bring the sewers to the area and kind of solve some issues that exist up there.
This is Commissioner Bass. I mean, can you, the legend and the size of the font here is making it difficult to see where the wetland lines are. Can you point those out? That helps.
Okay, so the wetland lines are the lines with the little triangles off of them, which you probably can't really see, and the little marsh type symbol. So there's one over here, which has no proposed wetland impact. And then there's another one on the opposite side of the property with what I think they've referred to as a finger type section. So the light blue area is impacted wetland areas. This blue area is a proposed drainage easement area, so that's not the same blue. And then the green areas are their proposed mitigation areas. So it does identify the proposed direct wetland impact is a total of 4,549 square feet. And the proposed mitigation area is identified on the plan as 13,845. I believe the wetland mitigation plan had a slightly higher number, and I'm not sure because I think I'm not really sure from the materials provided, but it kind of sounded like perhaps a portion of the impacted wetland areas will also be mitigated. And if I had to guess, that's probably what this line here is depicting. And I would imagine it's including this section of the blue wetland impact and this section over here. I don't know if the applicant or one of his representatives can confirm if that's correct. I see that there's a hand raised. So if you can respond to that, please go ahead.
Yep, absolutely. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Fantastic. You are correct. Internally, we had discussion about whether we wanted to present the rehabilitation portion as counting towards our mitigation or just do straight what was new creation. And that's where the difference of numbers comes from between Mr. Logan's report and what's shown on the site plan. So all the numbers are correct. The site plan did not include the rehabilitation portion, which if you zoom in on the finger area a bit, or if I can just drive here real quick, or this is fine. Yeah. So you see where we're coming into this oblong shape, the area which just overlapped with the two line types, that's one of the portions that will be rehabilitated and is counting towards that additional 2,000, the difference between George Logan's report totals and my totals. If you follow the finger down as well, this area that overlaps into the green, that as well as one of those areas. And the last one, if we follow down to if that's the finger, we'll call this the thumb. This zone as well will also be included in those three, comprise that 2,000 difference. Zach Georgina, Giuliano Associates, working as a project engineer on this, for the record.
Jamie Frederick, and the wetland agent. I certainly think that those historically would comply with what the commission particularly in these locations with what the commission has looked at as mitigation. I have expressed to the applicant that historically, I'm not really sure the context of accepting the bottom of a wet basin as mitigation. However, I think understanding that there's those additional areas, they might have enough to do the 2-to-1, even if the commission decides not to interpret that as mitigation as required by the regulations, because as you can see, even with that discrepancy from the site plan and the wetland mitigation report, they're doing 4,549 square feet of impact and proposing 13,845 square feet of mitigation, which certainly exceeds the 2-to-1 requirement.
Yes, Commissioner Bassman, how are you treating the stormwater off the roof?
Zach Georgian and Giuliano Associates again. There's a variety of options. We're taking a couple of approaches. First, generally speaking, roof water is considered clean in terms of oils or other contaminants. It does have leaves and such in it. The three buildings, buildings 5, 6, and 7 are being daylighted, treated by the 3-to-1 grassy slope down into to feed one of the proposed wetlands and then spill over and continue further down and off the site. Other buildings are currently being tied into the stormwater system, which is going to be directed through a Vort Sentry hydrodynamic separator before entering the basin for detention, infiltration, and controlled release.
So as I'm looking at this, Commissioner Bassman, as I'm looking at the plan that I see on the screen, the buildings to the top of the, well, now they just moved, but the buildings that were at the top of the screen, those are just going to sheet flow down?
So they're going to be collected by essentially a gutter system, 2 drains. Those drains will be piped underneath the road and released along the slope, and then treated by grassy swale, the slope, to feed down into one of our designed wetlands and then further beyond.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Is there any sort of energy dissipator or spreader proposed for those, or is that not anticipated to be necessary given the size of the roofs?
Not anticipated to be necessary based on the size of the roofs, because we are doing individual outlets for the roofs. So it's not going to be one large pipe for all 3 roofs combining. It's going to be 3 individual smaller pipes.
Commissioner Gokowski, how many are these going to be apartments, correct? Or are they 1 or 2 bedroom apartments?
Doug Anderson from Beacon Hill Property, for the record. They are actually going to be condominium for sale units. They are designed for active adult type buyers, 55, it's deed restricted, 55 and older. So all units have master bedrooms and or a second bedroom on the primary level. And some have a secondary bedroom or loft on the second floor. But all for sale, condominium, common interest community, private road.
Okay, so they're basically be property owners and not renters.
Correct. Yeah, controlled by an association, absolutely.
Commissioner Begemon, going back to that idea, the daylighting of those 3 buildings, the roof runoff onto the grassy swale. We heard earlier today about how sheet flow is being discouraged as a method, but in this case, if I'm asking really Jamie, if sheet flow is going toward a retention basin, is that considered different from somebody who is just proposing sheet flow as a way of getting roof runoff taken care of?
Jamie Frederick in the wetland agent. I would probably actually defer to an engineer on that. I think it really kind of depends on the situation where it's being directed, and if you can sheet flow to a vegetated area that can treat the water and or a retention system that's for treatment of the water, it benefits in the sense it provides more opportunity for infiltration. But
So
I'm not an engineer.
Commissioner Begamon again, the discouragement of sheet flow was when it's in direct contact with a wetland, basically.
Yeah, I think it's really case specific. So if it's just sheet flowing to a wetland without any sort of treatment or time for infiltration, that can be an issue. If it's sheet flowing to an impervious system, impervious area, and then going through a system without treatment, or maybe there is no treatment, it's going sheet flowing over that impervious area and then continuing to sheet flow into a wetland, that certainly doesn't provide for treatment of those flows. So
yeah.
I think this is the kind of question where I'm going to take this as a springboard for the peer review consideration, because that was brought up at the last meeting. So because we have a lot of new commissioners that haven't necessarily gone through the peer review process, and forgive me, I'm going to stop screen sharing so I can kind of see if I'm losing everyone or not. But the peer review process is triggered when the commission feels that they need to have a third-party expert help review the application, help review the technical aspects of the application. So the applicant obviously has their experts that help present the application. And basically what a peer review does is allow for the commission to hire experts to review the application and the merits or that the application follows, standard and best practices. So oftentimes peer reviews that the commission will consider are an engineering review relative to drainage, and a wetland scientist review relative to, confirming the wetland limits are by and large accurate of what's on site and the impacts to the wetlands and water courses. So if the commission feels that there's going to be significant things that they need technical expertise on, that would be when a peer review would be appropriate. And the peer review is a complex application fee, so it isn't a fee that the applicant would have to pay. Basically, the commission would determine what expertise is needed for the review, request proposals from engineering, soil scientist firms for conducting the review, make a selection based on the responses received. The applicant would then submit the funds corresponding to the price outlined by the selected peer review team. And then after the appropriate paperwork is completed, the peer review would be completed and made available for the applicant and commission to review and make any modifications or responses to that information as may be applicable.
Commissioner Glassman, Jamie, it is what in your mind triggers the public hearing? The wetland impact being as large as it is, the size of the project, what moves us in that public hearing direction?
Good question. So there's 3 reasons for the commission to have a public hearing. And of course, so it says the agency shall not hold a public hearing on an application unless the agency determines that the proposed activity may, 1, have a significant impact on wetlands or water courses, 2, a petition is signed by at least 25 persons who are 18 years of age or older, which obviously is not applicable at this point. So I'm not going to finish reading that one. Or 3, the agency finds that a public hearing regarding such application would be in the public interest. So I think that the amount of wetland impact consistent with previous review by the commission, the commission has considered that it may have a significant impact on wetlands or water courses. And the keyword is may there, it doesn't say will. So it means in your review, you're considering whether or not it's going to have a significant impact. And as part of that, the commission can always consider prudent and feasible alternatives. But if you determine to hold a public hearing because it may have a significant impact on wetlands and watercourses, then the commission must consider prudent and feasible alternatives, which the applicant has not submitted yet at this point, but I've had a conversation with them and they understand that that's something that they're going to have to submit. And basically prudent and feasible alternatives are, or sorry, let me backtrack and kind of rephrase this. Prudent and feasible alternative analysis. So prudent and feasible alternative analysis is alternative plans that were considered but rejected for either not being prudent and or feasible. So it's not to say that look at all these other things we could do because they cause less impact to wetlands. It's look at all these other things we considered that might cause less impact to wetlands and watercourses, but this is why we decided it wasn't prudent or feasible to do this. So
Commissioner Gopowski, Jamie, would it be prudent for us to take one step at a time? And the first step I would suggest is, the weather's getting a little better. Maybe if we do a site walk and take a look at what, physically see what it is. We can look at paper all day long, but if you physically actually review the property, then we know what we're kind of talking about. And then we can decide, about a public hearing, about a peer review and things like that. That's my suggestion.
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent. I think that makes sense. One thing I just want to mention is that the peer review process, if the commission decides the peer review is required, and I certainly understand and respect not wanting to jump and make that decision, especially since a lot of the commissioners on the call are fairly new and maybe haven't been through that process before. So I do think a site walk is beneficial, so that way the commissioners can see what the site condition is. But I would also encourage that the commission doesn't want to wait too long to make that decision on the peer review, because the commission will have to make that decision. Staff will have to send out the request for proposals, provide time for the firms to provide a response, schedule review with the commission, have the applicant submit the funds, and then have enough time for the peer review team to do the review. So it is a lengthy process. So one thing that might make sense is to schedule a site walk prior to the next meeting, where the commission can then make a more informed decision, have some more time to look at the materials, and maybe there will be more commissioners available on the call and you won't be making this decision at 11:30 at night. And I do see the applicant has their hand raised, so I don't know if you want to see if they have any input that would further speak to this topic.
Zach George and Giuliano Associates. Jamie, I just wanted clarification. I don't believe pertinent and feasible requires it to be less impactful, just alternatives that were reviewed and why they were ruled out. If Branford has a specific clause about that, I just want clarification for myself.
Let me look up the language.
This is Commissioner Begemon. While Jamie's looking up that language, does anybody else from looking at this application already think that a peer review is a good idea? To me, the scope of the project and the wetlands that are already going to be mitigated, and the fact that it's also abutting a preserve, to me, kind of tips us toward wanting a peer review. And if there are enough of us on here who feel comfortable thinking, if we think that tonight, then we can get that in motion tonight. Just a thought.
Commissioner Papantonis, I'm with you, Commissioner Begemon, on that. Yes. Yes, I think we need a peer review.
I think a parallel path would be, given the time frame and the efforts involved in getting a peer review, we could certainly move down the road of a peer review and schedule the site walk accordingly. And if we find something on the site walk that wasn't in the letter to the potential peer review folk, then we amend what our requirements are and go from there. But I'd hate to lose time.
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland agent, in response to the question on alternatives, I think we have it in a couple of different spots in our regs, but in section 7.7 I3, it says alternatives investigated, which would cause less or no environmental impact to wetlands or watercourses, and why the alternatives were rejected in favor of the regulated activities proposed in the application. Applicants shall be prepared to discuss alternatives at the meeting. All such alternatives shall be diagrammed on a separate site plan or drawing, including a written narrative, and be submitted with the application. I'll just elaborate that the commission has required a drawing. They're not requiring a full plan set, obviously, or full level of details, just enough so the commission can visualize what the alternative is.
Commissioner Gopowski, Jamie, did you say that this was approved for a subdivision at one time?
There was a previous approval that was issued. I think it was either 2008, 2009, 2010, somewhere around there, for 10 lot residential subdivision. I think that was represented by the applicant, but it is in fact the case. And during that was filed on the land records. So the open space associated with that subdivision approval has already been deeded off and is no longer part of the.
Was there a peer review done on that application prior to?
No, there was not a peer review done on that application. That application, like I said, was around 2008, 2009. And it also had almost half the amount of direct wetland impact.
Okay.
And part of that is
my concern.
And part of that's
Okay.
due to regulation changes. Again, the applicant has their hand raised.
Jamie's absolutely correct. The previous application was before the zoning regulation change, which allowed 2-to-1 slopes. Now the zoning regulation requires 3-to-1 slopes, which is a 50% increase in rise to run ratio. So our doubling of the impact is essentially directly due to the zoning change, not due to us pushing back slopes to try and gain real estate or gain space.
So, Jamie, give us a template maybe for the meetings and what we need to decide. We have a meeting coming up on the 11th. Is it possible on the 11th that we define what it is that we want the peer review candidates to review and get that out so that 2 weeks later or whatever, we've got some proposals in front of us, and then schedule the site walk on a time frame that parallels that.
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland agent. So if you wait until the April 11th meeting, the earliest we would be able to get the request out to potential parties would be April 12th. I don't know that 2 weeks would be enough turnaround for responses and for us to get the materials out and to have reviewed them. So I think you would have to wait a full month before you'd be able to review. So if April 11th,
that may be, Mr. Brett, that may be okay because we've got the public hearing.
I'm
already scheduled.
Trying to walk us through it. So April 11th, that would be May 9th. Which without an extension from the applicant would be the date that the commission, the last regularly scheduled meeting the commission has to schedule the public hearing. So typically speaking, if possible, the commission has tried to get the peer review available prior to the public hearing or as the public hearing is opening up, so that way that information is available towards the front of the public hearing and we're not having a whole bunch of review without that information available. And then once the review is selected, then they would probably need, it would probably be another month before, they need 2 to 3 weeks to do the review, have the review submitted at least a week prior to the meeting. So that way the applicant has a chance to see it and the commissioners have a chance to see it prior to the meeting. So again, if April 11th, I think you could select May 9th, and you'd be looking at having the peer review probably for the June 13th meeting. I see a representative of the applicant has their hand raised. Would you like to?
Yes, so this is George Logan for the record, Rema Ecological Services. Jamie, I'm just wondering if there was a site walk before the 11th, and that's a meeting, can't the decision be made at that time?
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent. So a site walk is for orientation purposes only, and there cannot be any discussion on the content of the application, if you will, at that meeting. The commission could theoretically, this has come up before this evening, commission could have a special meeting. It would be a short one, but could even schedule it for the same day, an hour later.
Understood.
I do think particularly if you're thinking about doing a peer review and making that decision at the April 11th meeting, I do think it might be beneficial to have that site walk beforehand, particularly if you think it's going to influence what you might ask for. So that way you have all that information beforehand. And
It's Commissioner Bassman. I think that's certainly prudent. The thing I was getting to is that on the 11th, to the extent that we have 2 or 3 folk that we're going to send the material to, that we've already scoped out who those parties would be and come up with the appropriate information that we're requesting them to review, and then add to that whatever we pick up from the site walk that we want to add to that, so that right after the 11th, we can get that information into the hands of the peer review folk.
I'm sorry, I don't think I followed.
I agree we should schedule the site walk prior to the 11th.
Okay.
But on the 11th, we have already identified who we're going to send peer review to in the event that everybody decides that's a prudent thing to do, and have drafted the information that we're going to be requesting so that the commission can look at those questions and agree that they're appropriate, as well as add anything from the site walk that the commissioners pick up.
Sure. Yeah. Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent. So kind of to expand on that, there is a list that has been formed since the last time the commission has done a peer review of kind of on-call firms by the Regional Council of Governments. So I would suggest that that list be used for who to send the request for proposals out to. And I can send that list to the applicant prior to the next meeting so that they can identify if they know of any conflict of interest issues with any of the firms. That way we don't have to bother sending it to them if we know there's a conflict of interest. And I can also send out, we have a little worksheet of kind of standard things that the commission considers when doing a peer review, that commissioners can look at ahead of time to consider the things that you might be requesting expert review on, to kind of help hopefully prepare and streamline that conversation.
Any commissioner have issue with that proposal? Okay.
So it sounds like we boiled it down to needing to schedule a site visit.
Right.
And scheduling the rest of it at the April 11th meeting, as the commission deems applicable.
With the time change, I guess we could do it in a late afternoon period.
Yeah, that would help me.
Fine by me.
Question for the applicant. Are the wetland flags in place still on site?
George Logan, for the record, no, they're not. However, the wetlands are pretty well defined because they have sort of abrupt boundaries, if you will, in most cases.
This is Commissioner Begman. Is that going to be enough for us to know where the wetland is?
Question for you guys. Yeah, so it wouldn't be out of place for the commission to request for the wetlands to be flagged, particularly, you know, I don't know that they need to flag the areas that are further away from where they're proposing the development, but anywhere where they're anywhere near proposed activity, have it reflagged, and or have the soil scientist present to help with that identification of that area.
Commissioner Begman, I think we need that.
And then I don't know if there's anything else the commission specifically would want staked out. I know some of the things that have been staked out in the past. It's kind of a different development than typical for, but like road center line or center of basin or things like that. I don't know if any of that would be something the commission would be looking for as far as to help with field orientation, and or if the engineering firm has specific things that they would typically stake out for this type of application.
Zach Georgina, Giuliano Associates. Our office is only operating as the engineer in this case, not the surveyor, but typically we would see in an application like this, when a site walk is requested, center line absolutely, and typically the outside most corners for buildings would get placed. I do know that due to the size and the existing topography of the site, it's going to be hard to visualize a lot of that stuff, in addition to the wetlands as well. But to whatever extent the commission is looking to do, we can see what we can do about getting that squared away before your meeting, for your site visit.
This is Commissioner Begman. So that will the big pit, the retention pit, whatever it's called, big swale, can that be marked out? And that like that fingerling and the thumb of those wetlands that are going to be modified in that area? Mitigation.
So just to clarify, you're looking for, on top of replacing the wetlands flags in center line, you would like where the mitigation areas are and the base of the detention pond, correct?
I mean, to me, that would be helpful.
Yeah.
I don't know what other people think.
Yeah, as long as you're out there, I think the more information we get on the site walk, the smoother I think the meetings will go, because we'll have the information in front of us.
Understood.
What does Tuesday, April 9th look?
Another thing that might help for the site walk for orientation purposes, if possible and not overly difficult, would be to overlay the proposed site plan on a recent aerial, maybe, given the fact that you're saying that some of it might be difficult to traverse, it sounds like, and or just to visualize.
George Logan, Remake Ecological. The 9th is difficult for me because I have to be at a public hearing in Brooklyn, Connecticut at 6 o'clock.
How about the following day?
I have to be at a public hearing in town of Granby at 7 o'clock, so it's a little better.
How about Monday, the 8th?
Open.
I'll be in New Hampshire, but if you guys want to.
That's the solar eclipse day.
That's true.
All right. All right.
How about the 11th? The 11th before our meeting.
That's terrifying for me personally, but I can make it work.
Yeah,
I think, yeah, because I mean,
that would work.
that would work.
People like that?
Like around 5-ish. That allow people to run
Yeah.
home, have dinner.
Run home, grab a bite, and then
Set up.
hit the screen.
Well, I have to drive back 45 minutes, so. Or I can do it on the phone on the way up.
Yeah, or I'm not exactly sure what our agenda looks like. You know, if you're not first on the agenda, hopefully
Well,
not as late as.
I'm still on that other one, so.
So is the 11th a go?
Works for me. We can figure it out.
Yeah, I think the other one got tabled to the 25th. So
That's right. Forgot about that. You're right.
Yeah.
So what's that, Jamie?
I was just saying that Howard got continued to the 25th.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if that works for the professionals that would have to, you know, probably potentially travel further to get to an electronic device to log in. I guess that's our biggest concern.
Believe me, I've done him while driving, so that's not a problem.
It is what it is. I'll make it work.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're looking at the 11th at 5.
Right.
All right.
Jamie, you'll set out some sort of instructions on exactly where we'll meet.
Yeah. Is the main driveway accessible to get in?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's a grassy area next to it that's actually part of the property.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it sounds like there'll be some space to park that should be easy to identify. All right, so yeah, we'll send out next week. We'll send out a site walk special meeting agenda for Thursday, April 11th at 5 p.m. at Beacon Hill, which if you Google Beacon Hill, you're not going to get anything. So we'll make sure you know where you're going.
Great.
If you look it up in the town GIS, you'll find it. But we'll make sure you know where you're going.
Great. Well, okay, that's good.
Okay, moving along. You're in 24.
Okay. Are we confident that that's good? How long do you think it'll take to walk the site? Is it
It's all within an hour, I think, because everything that you want to look at is sort of centrally located. That's easy with the wetlands, the mitigation areas, even climbing up the hill a little bit to see what that upper left area looks like.
Okay.
All within an hour.
We'll make it work.
Inland Wetland 240301, 72 Parish Farm Road and 110 High Meadow. Possible agent review.
Jamie,
The update.
And the wetland agent, as I kind of hinted at before, I'm waiting for revised plans. I just left it on there because it's still a pending application. Do you want me to leave it off until it's resolved and or we're reaching a time frame issue? Just so your agenda looks nicer. Or do you want it on there as a reminder that you have?
Commissioner Goklowski, I think when we talked about you doing your magic on the last one, that we were going to take it off until your magic was done.
Yeah, I mean, alternatively, if you guys want, I can do like a separate section on the agenda that you know is not you, but things that are in the works.
This is Commissioner Begman. I like that idea.
I agree. You done with Parish Road, Parish Farm?
Yeah.
You're smiling.
I was just reading in the chat. Good night or good morning.
I'm going to use that to move along to other business. Inland Wetland 130603 47 Gould Lane.
Everyone's going to be excited to hear this is tabled to the April 11th meeting.
Okay. Applications for receipt. BRIW 240302, 45 to 81 Short Rocks Road. Pole Bridge and associated trail work. The work is already started.
Yeah, Jamie Frederick and the Wetland agent. I just want to give a brief overview on this. So a while back, the commission had an application for a pole bridge, kind of got morphed into just doing the phase 1 stream bank stabilization. That was all that ended up getting permitted. I was wrapping things up at the end of the day on a Friday and got a picture of a pole bridge being installed. I was like, oh, great. So I have been out there. I haven't seen any obvious impacts of concern beyond, the fact that this has not been permitted and reviewed. And so long story short, it is at the supply pond. So if you want to go check it out, you can. If you have questions as to how to get there, let me know. I did put a memo in the Dropbox, and I think it gives a brief, like 1 sentence. You can view it by here, but if you want to call the office for more information, feel free. If you see it and have any concerns, feel free to reach out to town staff. It's for receipt. It'll be actionable at the next meeting if the commission has all the information they feel they need. So.
Was there a short bridge there before, a pole bridge there before?
There was a bridge there a while ago, like I'm not sure how long it hasn't been there for, but yeah, it washed away. And I'm not sure as to what kind of construction it was. But yes, there was a bridge there before, which they used existing concrete foundation pieces on either side, which they modified slightly for placement of the poles for the pole bridge. The pole bridge is not done, so don't cross it.
Commissioner Begemon, did they stop because they don't have that part permitted?
I'm hoping they have. I have not been back out there to confirm one way or the other. I told them to stop.
Okay.
Although at this point, I'm not really sure that continuing would have much more significant impact. But at the same time, if the commission needs anything changed or whatever, having to undo more. And of course, on the principle of matter, they don't have a permit.
Right.
And I don't think where they're at right now is going to cause any sort of impact to the wetland or water course. And I think it's high enough up without stairs, so it's not going to be like a safety issue for the public. And there is a picture in that memo, and I did put pictures in the file as well.
And then we have Inland Wetland 240303 22 Howard. Replacement of crumbling retaining wall.
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland agent. I think this is something I can do administratively. I informed the applicant as such because it is a replacement. It is on the property line though, so they're going to need to access. It's near the property line. I don't know if it's exactly on the property line. I think it's offset a couple of feet, but it's a pre-existing condition that they're replacing because otherwise it's going to be a problem. But they're gonna need to access for construction purposes and erosion control purposes on their neighbor's property. So I told them that I need authorization from that neighbor for the application. So I'm waiting on that. Barring that, I think it's a pretty de minimis thing that I can review administratively.
Anybody have issue with that?
This Commissioner Begemon, I don't have issue, but so in this case, are you you'll be submitted a plan by an engineer or how?
So in this case, Katie found out about it through a building permit application. So they've submitted engineered plans to the building department on the construction of the retaining wall. It is over 4 feet, so it does have to meet building code criteria. So I'm going to defer to the building official on the fact that it's properly. It has proper construction details and meets current up-to-date construction standards. So with that information in mind and the fact that it's replacement of the pre-existing retaining wall, same location, same height, no modifications, which I'll stress, and that they have the erosion control plan, they have the access and the approval from the neighbor, which I think the neighbor's the one that wants the activity to occur because they're concerned about the
So they're taking the proper steps.
Yes. So hopefully we'll get that authorization soon, and this won't be on the agenda. And if it is, I will have it in that agent category.
Okay, thanks.
Sounds good. You have no agent approvals?
Nope.
We have nothing in correspondence and announcements. There's a motion to adjourn that we can get out of here before midnight.
I second it, Commissioner Gopowski.
Thank you guys for hanging in. You're real troopers.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good
Appreciate
night.
it.
Have a good holiday, everybody.
Yeah, thanks.
Easter.
This program was brought to you in part through the support of the Town of Branford. Watch town meetings and other videos on demand at BranfordTV.org.